From Bill Power Stadium here in Uniontown, it's time for a high school soccer doubleheader this evening here on the South Union Township Sports Network. It's Uniontown Community Soccer Night as the Uniontown Red Raiders host the Laurel Highlands Mustangs. The girls' game between the two schools coming your way next. The boys' game will follow around 7:15 this evening. Brian Morozak along with Carl Childs behind the camera. South Union Township Sports Network coverage, a joint cooperative venture featuring Township Supervisors Bob Schiffbauer, Rick Vernon and Jason Scott, Armstrong Cable, Breezeline Cable, and our friends at CUTV, including Gary Smith. Uniontown looking for their first win of the season. The Lady Raiders enter 0-11 overall, 0-6 in conference play. Emily Baker in her first year as the head coach of the Red Raiders. Laurel Highlands 4-5-1 overall, 2-4 in conference play. Simon Mulawanda in his first year as the head coach of the Mustangs. Uniontown looking for their first win of the season. Laurel Highlands trying to lock down a playoff spot. The Mustangs also looking for their 27th straight win over Uniontown in the series. The last Red Raiders win occurred back in 2009. Laurel Highlands won both meetings over Uniontown last year by scores of 5-0 and 6-1, and also defeated the Red Raiders 9-1 earlier on this season at Mustang Field. Laurel Highlands has made the postseason 7 of the last 8 years, only missing out in 2022. The Mustangs lost to West Allegheny in the first round of the playoffs last year. Uniontown continuing to make some small strides. They were 4-12 a season ago, and they're looking for a strong finish to the 2025 campaign. And it's good to see both programs trying to get back on the upswing. Again, it's a big evening of local soccer. They had a middle school game between these two schools earlier. Again, the boys game between Uniontown and Laurel Highlands will follow. We'll also have that game for you here on the South Union Township Sports Network. A big week of soccer later on this week. The Laurel Highlands girls will be hosting South Fayette coming up on Wednesday. That'll be another TV game. Josh Scully will have that game for you. While the Laurel Highlands boys not only later on tonight but on Thursday against Trinity as well. Josh will have that game for you here on the South Union Township Sports Network as well. Of course, high school football on Friday. The Mustangs on the road at Ringgold taking on the Rams. The Uniontown Red Raiders here at home at Bill Power Stadium taking on Ironton of Ohio on Saturday at 3:30. Both the Laurel Highlands and the Uniontown games airing here as well, both on the radio and on YouTube and Facebook, your social media platforms. We're awaiting the starting lineups and the national anthem tonight, and I'll turn it over to our public address system for those. And we'll be back for the start of the first match here on the network tonight. Laurel Highlands and Uniontown girls here on the South Union Township Sports Network.
Hard work, respecting others, and being a good team member are values that South Union Township Supervisor Jason Scott knows well. Whether he's running a machine, repairing storm drains, operating a plow truck, or working with his fellow supervisors on economic growth, Jason Scott is working every day to keep residents safe, maintain the strength of our local businesses, and enhance the quality of life in South Union Township. Best wishes for a great season from Jason Scott, who would appreciate your vote for Township Supervisor.
Paid for by the candidate.
At what point did everything change? When did service get taken out of service industries? It's too bad, because people are busy these days. At life, at work, at play. When it comes to your hard-earned money, you want service. Real service. From a person you know and a face you trust. At a bank where changing with the times doesn't mean leaving people behind. We're proud to be a part of your community. We're United Bank, at your service.
Senior number 1, Molly Nairn. Freshman number 3, Addison Stroko. Junior number 7, Ava Rubokava. Junior number 13, Lola Mitchell. Freshman number 16, Ella Doman. Junior number 18, Cameron McLean. Senior number 20, Taylor Irwin. Senior number 25, Adriana Walker. Senior number 26, Jakayla Dressel. Senior number 30, Morgan Ferris. And rounding out the starting lineup, senior number 35, Giovanna Johnson. Laurel Highlands led by head coach Simon Mulindwa and assistant coach Kayla Swaney. Now for your Uniontown Warriors, junior number 3, Kendall Nails. Junior number 7, Sadie Hawkins Hosteller. Senior number 9, Miracle on the Field Mosley. Sophomore number 10, Charlie Chan Murtha. Junior number 13, Sienna Cato. Junior number 14, Isabel Izzy Roderick. Sophomore number 16, Chrissy the Slide Jacobs. Junior number 20, Grace Sparkly Pretty Girl Perkins. Sophomore number 21, Claire, I'm just number 21, Shaner. Sophomore number 22, Abigail B.B. Horner. And rounding out the starting lineup, sophomore number 28, Brooklyn Bridge O'Brien. Lady Raiders led by head coach Emily Baker, assistant coach Allison Carroll, assistant coach Steve Jacobs. And we once again have our illustrious trainer Gladys Ruiz Malka. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you please rise. Gentlemen, removing your caps for the singing of the national anthem by Miss Eleanor Carey.
Oh, say, can you sing by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous
Great job there by Eleanor Carey on the national anthem, even made more impressive due to the fact that she did that with a broken nose. Actually got that broken nose reset earlier on today. Unfortunately for Uniontown, she's one of two Lady Raiders starters out of the starting lineup, along with Sarah White, who's also out for Uniontown with a knee injury. Again, we'll reset the starters for you on the Laurel Highlands side. Molly Nairn, Ava Ruvalcaba, Lola Mitchell, Ella Doman, Cameron McLean, Taylor Irwin, Adriana Walker, Jaquela Dressel, Morgan Ferris, Giovanna Johnson, with Addison Stroko, the freshman, in goal. Addison will play the first half. Amelia Michael will be in goal for the second half for Laurel Highlands. On the Uniontown side, they'll have Kendall Nails in goal, Sadie Hostetler, Miracle Mosley, Charlie Murtha, Sienna Cato, Isabella Roderick, Chrissy Jacobs, Abigail Horner, Claire Schoner, and Brooklyn O'Brien in the field. Emily Baker, the head coach of the Uniontown Lady Raiders, Simon Milawanda, the head coach of the Laurel Highlands Mustangs. Captains meeting down there on the far side. Laurel Highlands in the away whites, red numbers, blue shorts. Uniontown the home maroons, and white numbers. Uniontown will work left to right as we describe it here in the first half. Other section games tonight. Albert Gallatin, they have a long road trip down to South Fayette. The Mustangs will see the Lions coming up on Wednesday. South Fayette, the top team right now in 3A. Oakland Catholic also at Thomas Jefferson later on tonight. Both the AG South Fayette and Oakland Catholic Thomas Jefferson games are 7:30 starts. Laurel Highlands girls trying to bounce back after back-to-back losses against Oakland Catholic and Thomas Jefferson. Their last win back on September the 15th, 5-1 over Albert Gallatin. Again, on the Uniontown side, looking for their first win of the season. They lost a non-conference game against Southmoreland here at home on September 25th. Their last conference game, a 4-2 loss against Albert Gallatin last Monday on the 22nd. And these two programs met back at Laurel Highlands on September the 8th, a 9-1 win for the Mustangs over the Red Raiders of Uniontown. The two Albert Gallatin games were the closest two Uniontown games so far this season. Both ended up 4-2 decisions in favor of the Colonials. Again, Uniontown shorthanded tonight without two starters. Sarah White, who anchors the back line, and of course one of their top scoring threats, Eleanor Carey, who sang the national anthem before the start of the match here today. The officials, I think, along with everybody, a little bit late in getting here at the 5:30 start. Everybody kind of racing over here, including ourselves, right after work today. In fact, one of our colleagues, Billy Dice, here tonight. Billy down in the front row with his son Manny down there taking on some Laurel Highlands Uniontown soccer, and Carl will get a shot of them here on the South Union Township Sports Network. Mustangs will get things started. Again, working right to left as we describe it. Cameron McLean in the center circle to get this match underway. Uniontown set. 40 minutes on the scoreboard clock. Referee is getting in position. And we'll get this one started. Allison Kell and Steve Jacobs, the two assistant coaches on the Uniontown side. And finally, the go-ahead there from the match referee. We're underway from Bill Power Stadium on a Monday night. Game time temperature a balmy 76 under cloudy skies. Not expected to have any precipitation here this evening. As the Mustangs set it up, back to Adriana Walker. On the back line to Molly Nairn. Walker, who was on the Laurel Highlands homecoming court this past Friday. Working up to Cameron McLean. And down the near wing to Morgan Ferris, who they have on the front line here today. A little center out in front, and the ball touched there by McLean, but the save made by Kendall Nails. So good job there by Kendall. And she'll send it away. Bodied down by the Mustangs, Giovanna Johnson. And sent out on the far side. Be a throw in here for Laurel Highlands, and Molly Nairn will take it. Sending it in short. Mustangs Looking to set it up. Jacayla Dressel a touch. Now the Mustangs on the ball. A boot there with a left foot from Cameron McLean. Again on goal. Second save of the night for Kendall Nails. They try to work it out on the far side. Sadie Hostetler. Red Raiders turn it over. Mustangs go back in the box there to Morgan Ferris. Over to Cameron McLean. Trying to work her way in on the far side with Isabel Roderick defending. Ball goes out of play. Will stay with the Mustangs. Throw in here for Taylor Irwin. Irwin into Eva Rubalcaba. Looking for Ferris. That might have been an own goal. It was. Own goal. Right out in front. Looked like O'Brien put it in the back of her own goal. And the Mustangs taking a 1-0 lead. You don't certainly want to see that if you're Uniontown. Goal coming here at the 38-10 mark of the first half. I think the closest Mustang to it was likely Morgan Ferris. Both Ferris and Cameron McLean were around the vicinity. But unfortunately a misplay on the back line for Uniontown, giving Laurel Highlands a 1-0 lead. Uniontown looking for a little offense. Good pressure there from Charlie Murtha. But the Mustangs counterattack going the other way, and Cameron McLean making her way down the near boundary. With Roderick in pursuit, McLean into the box, low shot on goal, and the save made by Kendall Nails. Look to play it out on the far side. And a little misplay out in front. McLean trying to find it again. Taylor Irwin trying to track it down there on the Laurel Highlands side. Last touch by the Mustangs going out. Chrissy Jacobs taking the quick throw in here for Uniontown. Touch from Ferris off to her right to McLean. And now Ava Rubalcaba. Cameron again, a little give and go there with Ava. Rubalcaba from 23 yards out, a little one-hopper on goal. Nails making the save. And Uniontown just taking the smart route there is Sienna Cato sending it out of play. Will be a corner kick here for Laurel Highlands with 36-37 left here on a running clock in the first half. Adriana Walker will take this corner here for Laurel Highlands. Walker puts it down. Little line drive into the box, bouncing around and chipped home by Morgan Ferris. So Morgan Ferris getting the goal. And it's a 2-0 lead for the Mustangs over the Red Raiders here at the 36-12 mark of the first half. So Ferris making the most of her opportunity. Going on the front line there for the Mustangs, who now lead by 2. And we aren't even 4 minutes in. And now Ella Doman breaking back there for the Mustangs. Doman, just a freshman, has certainly been impressive here on the Laurel Highlands side. And that ball going over the back line and out. But you look at this Uniontown team, Sarah White does such a fantastic job anchoring down the back line for Uniontown, and White out with a knee injury. And again, one of the best offensive threats on the front line, Eleanor Carey, also out. Certainly putting Uniontown behind the 8 ball before the match even begins. Now the Mustangs looking for more. That's McLean off a deflection. Just went wide. It'll be another corner kick, though, for Laurel Highlands. 35-10 left here in the first half. Adriana Walker will take it from the far corner. Walker line drive. Little chip out in front. Ferris looking for it off the deflection, sent high. It was Doman the last to touch it. Goal kick here for Uniontown. Isabella Roderick will take the goal kick. Roderick, one of the co-captains here today on the Uniontown side. Misplayed by Chrissy Jacobs. And Ferris trying to work her way into the box. Sent out off of Uniontown. Be a throw in here for the Mustangs, Lola Mitchell. Mitchell looking for McLean. Deflected back here again to Lola. To Kayla Dressel. Coming forward to Ruvalcaba from 18. Just missing wide on the far side. Good look there for the junior, Ava Ruvalcaba. Another goal kick here for Uniontown. Kendall Nails once again will position it here for Isabella Roderick. Red Raider boys team already here, waiting their match later on tonight. Again, that'll come your way right after the girls game between these two schools. Sadie Hostetler looking for the clear out. Dressel trying to go the other way for Laurel Highlands. Back to Lola Mitchell. Down the near boundary. Well, outlet pass intended for Morgan Ferris. Too far. Roderick looking for the clear. A right off of Ferris. A little crosser out in front through Doman. As Grace Perkins looks to clear. And they'll get it up and forward to Abigail Horner. Dressel trying to go back the other way for the Mustangs. Back into the box. Ella Doman fires and scores. Doman with a left foot. Making it 3-0. Mustangs over the Red Raiders. Doman scoring here at the 32:09 mark of the first half. And Laurel Highlands with 8 goals, or check that, 3 goals here in the opening 8 minutes. Uniontown making a change on their back line. I'm going to put back down again here. Get this match restarted. With the Lady Raiders down 3 early on. Sadie Hostetler for the boot forward there to Malia McCune, who had just checked in. McCune battling Lola Mitchell. And Mitchell a good run here down the near boundary line. To her right to Cameron McLean. Red Raiders with a little poke outs. Charlie Murtha able to send it back to center on the foot of Abigail Horner. Good little counterattack here for Uniontown. Sadie Hostetler down the far wing. Gets around there, and Hostetler into the box. Shot on goal, and the save made by the Mustangs freshman keeper Addison Stroko. Laurel Highlands has had a pretty good dueling goal between Amelia Michael and Addison Stroko. Both have done a nice job early on in the season. And another opportunity here for Ella Doman, and Doman fires and just misses wide on the far side. Doman looking for an early brace here in the opening 10 minutes. Just missing there, and you talk about impressive freshman. Doman certainly that's. A lot of good young players on this Laurel Highlands team. Now Uniontown reposition the corner. A win here today for the Mustangs put them in great position to lock up their 8th playoff berth over the last 9 years. The only time they missed out during that span, 2022. Ruvalcaba again, a blast into the back of the net. Ruvalcaba spinning it up for Laurel Highlands, giving the Mustangs now a 4-goal lead, and we haven't even played 10 minutes. Ava Ruvalcaba. This Mustang onslaught just continuing. Laurel Highlands got the scoring started on an own goal. And then Morgan Ferris scoring at the 36-12 mark. Ella Doman at the 32-09 mark. And then Ruvalcaba getting the latest goal. With the Mustangs on top by 4, looking for more. Cameron McLean here. A little sidestep, top of the box. McLean, a blast, nails the save. McLean getting it back and scores on the rebound. Cameron McLean. And it's 5 goals for Laurel Highlands here in the opening 10 minutes and 3 seconds. This one coming at the 29:57 mark, and they've spread it around. Yeah, the own goal, and then Ferris, Doman, Ruvalcaba, and McLean. Mustangs seeing how many they can get on the board. And again, we mentioned this Uniontown team very short-handed without their top scorer and their best defender here tonight. Certainly making this a little more challenging. Here's McLean again. McLean back into the box. Low shot going through again. 6th goal of the match. Cameron McLean. Here at the 29:32 mark, actually scored 2 goals 25 seconds apart. And the Mustangs just romping the Red Raiders early on. And tough on the Laurel Highlands side because not really sure what else they're expected to do. Only 10 minutes into the match, you can't put your whole bench in yet. It's hard to tell the girls don't go out there and try to play and go out there and try to score. Uniontown, though, a little life. Good run here from Hostetler. Crosser and a diving stop from Addison Stroko. Second big save for Stroko. And the lead at 6 with Ruvalcaba coming back down to the far line to Taylor Irwin. We'll see a lot of Irwin in the winter months on the Lady Mustangs basketball team. Crosser nails a little juggle. Mustangs trying to keep it alive. Back to Ferris trying to tee it up. Good block there on the back line for Isabella Roderick. Helping out teammate and keeper Kendall Nails. And now Uniontown on the counterattack. Hostetler here again. Sadie sending it over. McCune. And going out here on the near side will be a Laurel Highlands throwing. 28-10 left here in the first half. Brian Morozak with Carl Childs behind the camera on our Facebook Live video feed. Appreciate you joining us for a high school soccer doubleheader here on the South Union Township Sports Network. Morgan Ferris already with 1 goal tonight. As that run slowed down on the Uniontown side by Grace Perkins. Jacayla Dressel will take the throw-in. Of course, you get the multiple lines here on these multi-purpose surfaces. Dressel had to realize where was the yellow soccer stripe. Of course, the soccer field's a little bit wider than the football fields. Mustangs send it back in. Another little quick poke out. Lola Mitchell going back to work. A little fight there inside the box. Play whistle down. See what we got here. I was just on the edge of the 18-yard box here on the near side. Looks like it'll be a free kick for Laurel Highlands. Will be a penalty kick, just a free kick outside the box. Adriana Walker will take it. Walker putting it down here on the near side. Little lob, looking for a header on the far side, going right to Kendall Nails. Good save there from Nails from point-blank range. I think it was Ferris that took the header. And Nails with the denial. Giovanna Johnson coming back there for the Mustangs. Over to Taylor Irwin. Irwin down the far wing. Little contact. No whistle. We play on. Irwin stays with it. And sends it just wide of the goal there on the far side. Got a couple of Uniontown changes here. Just over 14 minutes in. Nails will put it down this time for the goal kick. Try to angle it off and got knocked down there by Ella Doman. Puts a little chip off the far post. Another goal kick here for Uniontown. Red Raiders the Red Raiders succeeding 6 goals already. The Mustangs scoring early and often. Another one knocked down there by Doman on the far side, but Uniontown able to regain control. The ball goes out there in front of the Red Raider bench. Certainly a great idea here to line up these games all in succession tonight with a middle school game that started around 4 o'clock, followed by the girls here at 5:30, and the boys game that will immediately follow tonight. Sadie Hosteller in her own zone. Turned it over there to Irwin. Touched off to Ella Doman. Doman top of the 18. Blast right on goal. And Kendall Nails makes another save. Nails trying to send it out. Ferris knocked it down. Mustangs trying to keep it alive. And Morgan Ferris back on the ball there for the Mustangs. Ferris back into the box. Morgan Ferris low shot. Kendall Nails with a cover. Boy, his Nails been busy here early on, with the Mustangs peppering her with shots. Here in the opening 16 minutes. Most of the play has been here inside the Uniontown zone. Ferris here again. Reverses field off to her right to Ruvalcaba. Trying to get a little chaser down there to Cameron McLean. Through ball a bit too far and out of play. Another goal kick here for Uniontown. Kayla Dressel. Touching it back to Lola Mitchell. Play whistled down. And Uniontown will get a free kick going the other way. Almost 18 minutes in. And the Mustangs back in action Wednesday. And they'll host the top team in 3A in South Fayette. And there's Cameron McLean. Shot with the left foot there, just a little high. Mustangs trying to get themselves out of a little bit of a funk. Lost 3-0. Great opportunity to play Oakland Catholic down at Highmark Stadium. That was a week ago Tuesday. Lost there 3-1. And then fell to Thomas Jefferson at home last Wednesday 5-1. And just a couple of games left for the Mustangs this season, at least as far as conference games are concerned. The South Fayette game on Wednesday. They'll travel to Albert Gallatin on Monday, and the final home conference game a week from Wednesday against Oakland Catholic. We'll have that game for you here on the network. Ferris here to McLean for the little center. Deflected back in Morgan's direction. Working her way around Grace Perkins. Resetting from the near corner. Another crosser out in front. Touched home by Taylor Irwin. So Irwin off the deflection. Getting her first of the game. It's a 7-0 lead for Laurel Highlands here at the 21:35 mark of the first half. What an onslaught tonight by the Mustangs. Ella Doman going the other way here for Laurel Highlands. Doman trying to get it over to McLean. Broken up on the Uniontown side. I think it was Miracle Mosley breaking up that play. Dressel a little touch. Uniontown to clear back to center. Molly Nairn on it. Mustangs looking for the reset there defensively. Header from Lola Mitchell. Adriana Walker usually sees a lot of time on the Mustang front line. One of the center backs kind of switching roles with Morgan Ferris. This one going back into the box. Stroko 2 saves already tonight. We'll pick that one up after it rolls over the back line and we'll put it down. But certainly the future bright on the Laurel Highlands side. You look at your top 2 keepers, Stroko a freshman and Michael a sophomore. And now Laurel Highlands going to make a total line change here. Fresh 11. We'll make that a fresh 10, switching everybody but Stroko. Again, we mentioned the plan there coming in. Let Addison play the first half, and Amelia Michael will play the second half on the Laurel Highlands side. So the starters went 20 minutes for the Mustangs, and that was it. Don't be surprised if they at least get the start, though, in the second half, just to keep them fresh, because the Mustangs really haven't had a lot of game action as of late. Mentioned just one match last week and a couple of matches early the preceding week. Haven't had a lot of time as of late. Low shot there by Gracie Cece. A save from Kendall Nails. A good opportunity for some of these younger Mustangs to see early action here in the first half. Up 7-0. Vanessa Rosano, another freshman wearing number 5. On the ball there, off to her right to Callie Russell. Russell down the far side. Touching it down to Cece. Looking in the center, got blocked down. Should be a corner kick here for the Mustangs, it will. And Gracie will take it. $18:40 left here in the first half. Cece from the corner. Put it in the side of the net. That'll be a goal kick going back the other way for Uniontown. Red Raiders out of their own zone. And Sadie Hostetler. Get her way down the near side. Pushed up the field there to Abigail Horner. Back to Hostetler. A little pressure from Abby Lucky on the Laurel Highlands side. Uniontown keeping control there with Abigail Horner. It's going to roll back to Addison Stroko. Stroko with the scoop up. Play it back to center. That's a Rosano there. Abby Lucky trying to chase it down. But Uniontown will go the other way with Charlie Murtha. Murtha, a good run here for the Red Raiders. Murtha into the box. Just sending it a little bit high of the goal, and Addison Stroko. $17-10 left here in the first half. Mustangs lead it 7-0. Reminder, if you're watching this match on Breezeline or Armstrong Cable, I'd like to let you know that all of the South Union Township Sports Network games and programs are now available online. It's easy to find. Just log on to the South Union Township Sports Network Facebook page. It's facebook.com/South Union TV. You can sign up to get notifications anytime we go live. A lot of our broadcasts also streamed live and also archived on YouTube. You can check out the full library on the South Union Township YouTube page. Mustangs up 7-0, looking for another one, and a shot there from Gracie Cece was deflected by Kendall Nails and just set wide of the goal. Will be another corner kick here for Laurel Highlands. And Cece now will take it here from the near side. She'll reposition it as the Mustangs get their attackers up and ready. Gracie takes it. Sent away by Miracle Mosley. And back out here for another reload on the Laurel Highlands side. Now they'll switch corner takers here. And Abigail DiLorenzo will take it this time. DiLorenzo high lob goes to the top of the box. It's intended for Brooklyn Lakorchik. Uniontown looking to clear. Little tie up there on the far side. Rachel Gibbs trying to step in there on the Laurel Highlands side. It'll be Uniontown with control. Perkins out of her own zone. Back to the Mustang defensive line. And Lakorchik again. Sending it down the far side to Kenna Fry. Red Raiders trying to push it back up to center to Abigail Horner. With 14:35 left here in the first half. Laurel Highlands 4 goals in the opening 10 minutes. Actually 5 goals in the opening 10:03. And 7 goals in the opening 19 minutes. That's where we stand right now at 7-0. Laurel Highlands over Uniontown. Mustangs enter play today, tied with Albert Gallatin for the 4th and final playoff spot in the conference. Both schools at 2-4 in conference play. And Laurel Highlands 4-5-1 overall. The Colonials 2-7 overall. And another great chance here for the Mustangs, ruled down on the offsides. As Gracie Cece behind the last Uniontown defender on that run back. Again, if you're just joining us, Uniontown extremely short-handed here tonight. Top defender Sarah White out with a knee injury, and their top striker Eleanor Carey out with a broken nose. Actually had surgery earlier on today to reset the nose, and still managed to do a fantastic job singing the national anthem. That has to be one of the toughest assignments of the night, get nose surgery during the day and sing the national anthem at night. But credit her with a fantastic performance. Mustangs back into the box. A little chip there from Kenna Fry went through. Mustangs trying to set it back up again. You get to Emma Phelan. We'll get cleared back here as Uniontown will pick it up on the near side. Touchdown there by Chrissy Jacobs. And over the boundary line on the near side and out will be a Laurel Highlands throw-in. Abigail DiLorenzo will take it. Lob here to Abby Lucky. Lucky good run down here on the near side for the Mustangs. Lucky trying to get her way around Charlie Murtha. Murtha and Lucky with the ball going out of play and a couple of changes here on the Uniontown side. Aiden Dupe in on the Uniontown side along with Sienna Cato. The Red Raiders trying to lead the counterattack. We slowed down there by DiLorenzo. He lobs it off the body of Hostetler. Emma Phelan on the reset. Good ball that is onside with Cece trying to track it down. Gets scooped up there by Kendall Nails. 11:30 left here in the first half. Mustangs a 7-0 lead over the Uniontown Red Raiders. And we'll have a boys match between these two programs later on tonight after this game wraps up. I think the middle school game was a tight one won by the Mustangs over the Red Raiders. I believe 2-1 was the final score of that one. DiLorenzo again. Looking for someone to chase it down, but Kendall Nails will come out and clear it back to center. Hostetler with a little open field down the far wing here for Uniontown. Sadie Hostetler on the run. Hostetler top of the 18, putting it into the back of the net for a Uniontown goal. Sadie Hostetler. And it's 7-1. Goal coming here at the 10:33 mark of the first half, giving Uniontown a little life. And Sadie beating Addison Stroko. Good to see our cameraman Carl Childs back behind the camera today. Carl under the weather, missed a couple of games last week. Great to have him back. Always does a fantastic job for us. Mustangs waiting for the whistle here to get things restarted. Now it's 7-1. Not sure what the delay is all about. Now we get the whistle to restart as Ariana Workman sent it back there for Laurel Highlands. Back to Kylie Marva. Cece trying to track it down. Getting a little help there with Kenna Fry. 10-17 left here in the first half. A 7-1 lead for Laurel Highlands over Uniontown. Mustangs taking the safe route back there to Stroko. A fantastic goal there from Sadie Hostetler. Really put in a spot there where Stroko had no opportunity to make the save there on the Laurel Highlands side. Abby Lucky trying to break back. Pushed up the field by Chrissy Jacobs. And Stroko out to scoop it back up again there for the Mustangs. Laurel Highlands started their season with a 9-2 win over West Mifflin. That was one of our TV games. Tied Bentworth, lost 5-2 down at Thomas Jefferson. Won 8-2 in a non-conference game against Charleroi. And the 9-1 win earlier on this year over the Red Raiders. Played a respectable game against South Fayette, losing there just 4-0. I mentioned South Fayette, one of the top programs in 3A. Lost a 1-0 non-conference game against Trinity. Bounced back with a 5-1 win over Albert Gallatin. They've had back-to-back losses against Oakland Catholic and Thomas Jefferson. Again, just 3 games left in the regular season as far as the schedule I have. Now, if they maybe add a couple of non-conference games where the playoff starts, that's certainly a possibility. But South Fayette on Wednesday. And games next week, Monday at Albert Gallatin, Wednesday against Oakland Catholic. And that'll do it for the Mustang regular season. 8:20 left here in the first half. Still 7-1. Laurel Highlands over Uniontown. Mustang starters came out right at the 20-minute mark of the first half. Right after Taylor Irwin made it 7-0. Laurel Highlands. Second team will please play the rest of this first half, and we'll see what Coach Mwawanda has in store for the second half. We'll have a running clock, not that it matters that much in high school soccer for the second half of the match. Gracie Cece down the far side now for Laurel Highlands. Cece working her way into the box. Cleared out by Abigail Horner. Be a throw in here for the Mustangs. Brooklyn Lakorchik will take it. Into Rachel Gibbs. And a foul called here on Laurel Highlands. So Uniontown will get a free kick going the other way. As we go under 7 minutes left in this first half. And atop the conference right now, South Fayette. They're 9-1-1 overall. 6-0 in the conference. Been impressive about their program. They've outscored their opponents in conference games 45-1. And again, they'll travel to Laurel Highlands coming up on Wednesday. In all games, they've outscored their opponents 54-5. Thomas Jefferson in second place in the conference, 7-6 overall, 5-1 in conference play. And then Oakland Catholic holding down third place at 3-3. Now, if the Mustangs, of course, hold on here today and then knock off Albert Gallatin on Monday, a good chance that match against Oakland Catholic will be for a part of third place in the conference and could be huge as far as playoff positioning and maybe giving yourselves an opportunity to get a competitive and possibly winnable first-round playoff game. Instead of drawing maybe a first-place team from another conference, it's certainly making the road much more difficult in the first round of the playoffs. The Laurel Highlands girls have never won a playoff game in school history. There's a little crosser from the far side. Kenna Fry, the one who took it, sent it all the way through the box and out here on the near side. Be a Uniontown goal kick. But you can't fault the Mustangs' program consistency, though, over the last decade. You get in position to clinch again this year. Will make it 8 of the last 9 years in the playoffs for the Laurel Highlands girls soccer program. Fell last year in the first round. Played a competitive game against West Allegheny. Lost 3-0. You go back over that stretch, maybe one of the best opportunities they had to win a playoff game, a preliminary round game against Gateway, which the Mustangs actually hosted back in 2016, losing there 2-0. That's part of Laurel Highlands boy-girl playoff doubleheader. A foul will get called there on the Mustangs. Abigail DiLorenzo with 4:12 left here in the first half. Uniontown will have a free kick, and Chrissy Jacobs will take it. Jacobs going low. Off the deflection, gets it back off her head. DiLorenzo trying to send it the other way. And the Mustangs do pick it up. Now whistle, Red Raider down. That was Jacobs slow in getting up. She might have taken just a shot to the gut. A free kick for Uniontown. No, they're going to switch it here, just drop it on the injury timeout. Mustangs try to force it forward. Uniontown trying to get their defense back. And Charlie Murtha trying to poke it up the field there to Chrissy Jacobs. Abby Lucky trying to go the other way for the Mustangs. Ball will get sent out here with 3:17 left here in the first half. DiLorenzo took the throw in. Chrissy Jacobs sends it the other way for Uniontown. They have a 3-on-2 here coming back. Looking to create with Grace Perkins on the run down the far side, but the Mustangs with Brooklyn Lakorchik defending. Look to send it out in front of their bench. And the Red Raiders reload from the far side. Coming out there, Stroko. Able to pick it up. 3 shots on goal on the Uniontown side. Stroko stopped 2 of the 3. Sadie Hostetler, the lone goal for Uniontown. Red Raiders trying to tee it up there again with Jacobs. Mustangs go the other way with Rachel Gibbs. Gibbs looking there for Callie Russell. Never got in her direction. Here's Hostetler looking for her second. Another little poke just going wide here on the near side. Well conceived, though, by Sadie, looking for her second of the match. You can tell she's a heady player out there on the Uniontown side. Mustangs go short there on the goal kick. Trying to take it down the far side. Taken away again by Hostetler. And the Mustangs with a little poke. It should be a corner kick. Went to the camera right of the flag. And Hostetler will put it down again. With 1:13 left here in the first half. Going short, little touch out in front. Mustangs looking for the clear out. It'll be DiLorenzo on the ball here for Laurel Highlands. DiLorenzo in there to Abby Lucky. Lucky kind of got chipped. Stays up with Chrissy Jacobs there on the Uniontown side. Little misplay going Ariana Workman. And DiLorenzo trying to reverse the field again. On to Gracie Cece. Cece into the box, a little touch and the cover from Kendall Nails. Final 18 seconds of this first half. Nails trying to send it out. Rachel Gibbs coming on there for the Mustangs. The ball will go over the far back line, and that'll do it for one half of soccer. With Laurel Highlands leading Uniontown by a score of 7-1. We'll be back and recap the first half in just a moment for you here on the South Union Township Sports Network.
If it's time for a change in decor at your home, let the trained staff at Chesler's Fine Furniture work their magic. The August store-wide furniture clearance is going on now. There are no gimmicks involved, just great values and old-fashioned service. Chesler's offers the finest in name-brand furnishings by famous makers, plus accent pieces and wall decor that will underline your unique sense of style. You'll find items such as genuine Lazy Boy rocker recliners for just $4.29. 5-piece dining sets starting at $5.99. For the family room, there are reclining sofas from $7.99 and up with matching reclining love seats and recliners. For the formal living room, there are sofas starting at $4.99. Don't forget the bedding department, as all mattress sets are reduced. Every piece of bedroom furniture, every piece of living room furniture and dining room furniture, every piece of furniture at Chesler's will be discounted. Chesler's Fine Furniture, Route 51 in Uniontown, where customers send their friends. The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community, treating sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, joint replacements, hand injuries, and other conditions. They treat you efficiently and safely by taking all necessary precautions while disinfecting the clinic regularly. All insurance accepted. Experienced therapists. Convenient location and hours. Part of the community. Call the office with a prescription from your doctor or schedule by direct access 724-437-7500.
This is Dr. Alyssa Lorenz of U.S. Digestive Health in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Common issues like difficulty with swallowing, frequent heartburn, recurrent abdominal pain, bowel habit problems, and rectal bleeding are often easily diagnosed and treated. Dr. Calabrese Stokes, Hoppy, and I are local gastroenterologists that are here to help. For more information, call our Uniontown office at 724-437-7677.
Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown is a proud supporter of youth sports. Smith Lewis Chess was established in November of 1988 with offices in Uniontown and Indiana, PA. Their firm was established with professionals capable of providing a diversified range of services with a commitment to quality control and at the same time providing opportunities for their employees to experience interesting and rewarding careers. Contact Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown today. They are located at 670 Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown. Phone 724-438-7088. That's 724-438-7088 for Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown.
This is Dr. Alyssa Lorenz of U.S. Digestive Health in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Common issues like difficulty with swallowing, frequent heartburn, recurrent abdominal pain, bowel habit problems, and rectal bleeding are often easily diagnosed and treated. Dr. Calabrese Stokes, Hoppy, and I are local gastroenterologists that are here to help. For more information, call our Uniontown office at 724-437-7677.
The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community, treating sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, joint replacements, hand injuries, and other conditions. They treat you efficiently and safely by taking all necessary precautions while disinfecting the clinic regularly. All insurance accepted. Experienced therapists. Convenient location and hours. Part of the community. Call the office with a prescription from your doctor or schedule by direct access 724-437-7500. If it's time for a change in decor at your home, let the trained staff at Chesler's Fine Furniture work their magic. The August store-wide furniture clearance is going on now. There are no gimmicks involved, just great values and old-fashioned service. Chesler's offers the finest in name-brand furnishings by famous makers, plus accent pieces and wall decor that will underline your unique sense of style. You'll find items such as genuine Lazy Boy rocker recliners for just $4.29. 5-piece dining sets starting at $5.99. For the family room, there are reclining sofas from $7.99 and up with matching reclining love seats and recliners. For the formal living room, there are sofas starting at $4.99. Don't forget the bedding department, as all mattress sets are reduced. Every piece of bedroom furniture, every piece of living room furniture and dining room furniture, every piece of furniture at Chesler's will be discounted. Chesler's Fine Furniture, Route 51 in Uniontown, where customers send their friends.
Back here at halftime, the Laurel Highlands Mustangs a 7-1 lead over the Uniontown Lady Raiders. Let's recap the first half score. Laurel Highlands getting on the board just a minute 50 in, an own goal going off of Brooklyn O'Brien into the back of the net to give Laurel Highlands a 1-0 lead. Then Morgan Ferris getting her first at the 36-12 mark to make it 2-0 Mustangs. Ella Dobin made it 3-0 at the 32:09 mark, and Ava Ruvalcaba got her first of the night at the 30-17 mark. Cameron McLean her first of two at the 29-57 mark to make it 5-0 Mustangs. McLean would score 25 seconds later to make it 6-0, and Taylor Irwin capping off the Mustangs scoring with a goal at the 21:35 mark. And the Mustangs taking out their starters after getting 7 in the opening 19 minutes in the first half. But Sadie Hostetler, an impressive goal for Uniontown, chipping it over. Addison Stroko into the back of the net, giving Uniontown some life at the 10:33 mark of the first half. And that's where we sit right now. Laurel Highlands 7, Uniontown 1 here at the break. Second half match action comes your way next here on the South Union Township Sports Network.
Hard work, respecting others, and being a good team member are values that South Union Township Supervisor Jason Scott knows well. Whether he's running a machine, repairing storm drains, operating a plow truck, or working with his fellow supervisors on economic growth, Jason Scott is working every day to keep residents safe, maintain the strength of our local businesses, and enhance the quality of life in South Union Township. Best wishes for a great season from Jason Scott, who would appreciate your vote for Township Supervisor.
Paid for by the candidate.
At what point did everything change? When did service get taken out of service industries? It's too bad, because people are busy these days. At life, at work, at play. When it comes to your hard-earned money, you want service. Real service. From a person you know and a face you trust. At a bank where changing with the times doesn't mean leaving people behind. We're proud to be a part of your community. We're United Bank, at your service.
This is attorney Michael Mays of the Davis & Davis Law Firm. We have been helping injured people just like you recover millions of dollars for over 45 years. If you're hurt or injured, I want to meet you and make sure you get the money that you deserve. Call me at 724-437-2799 for your free consultation. The Davis & Davis Law Firm has been protecting our neighbors in Greene and Fayette counties for over 45 years. Go to davisanddavislaw.com or call 724-437-2799 for your free consultation.
Some things just go together, like bread and butter, blue jeans and Saturdays, best friends and phone calls. And a great match? You and discounts from Erie Insurance. It's like this. Safety features in your car will have you paying less for your auto insurance. And pay off your Erie auto policy all at once, and you'll save up to 7% more. On your homeowner's policy, you earn discounts that start at age 46 and go up each time you celebrate a birthday. There are more discounts, too, for things like home safety features and even teenage drivers. And the savings keep adding up. When you have your auto and home covered with Erie, you get a discount. Buy a life policy with us, and the savings can get even better. At Erie Insurance, above all in service means making life a little easier on you and on your wallet. Your Erie agent is waiting for you. Your local Erie agent is Sprowell's Insurance Group, 724-437-9812, or go to sprowellsinsurance.com.
Discount terms and amounts may vary by state. See your local Erie agent for details.
Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown is a proud supporter of youth sports. Smith Lewis Chess was established in November of 1988 with offices in Uniontown and Indiana, PA. Their firm was established with professionals capable of providing a diversified range of services with a commitment to quality control and at the same time providing opportunities for their employees to experience interesting and rewarding careers. Contact Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown today. They are located at 670 Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown. Phone 724-438-7088. That's 724-438-7088 for Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown. Ready for second half match action. Our first of two here on the South Union Township Sports Network. The Uniontown girls taking on Laurel Highlands. The two schools' boys teams will play when this match is wrapped up. Red Raiders breaking out of their huddle on the far side of the field. 40 minutes up on the scoreboard clock. Both the Mustang programs bring it back on track tonight. Laurel Highlands boys had a tough week last week as well. Lost against Thomas Jefferson at home on Monday and then fell on the road on Thursday as well down at Ringgold. A tough 1-0 loss there. Right now the boys actually on the outside looking in at a WPIAL playoff spot right now. Game against Uniontown, a non-conference game for the Mustangs on the boys' side tonight. And here's a Lady Raider down. Training staff coming out here. Again, we mentioned coming in, Uniontown already shorthanded. Sarah White out with a knee injury. Eleanor Carey out with a broken nose. She actually had surgery this morning to reset her nose. So the last thing Uniontown wants to see is another player down. This player getting attended to. We'll step aside for a quick injury stoppage. 7-1 Laurel Highlands over Uniontown. 39-38 left here in regulation time. You're watching high school soccer here on the South Union Township Sports Network.
This is Dr. Alyssa Lorenz of U.S. Digestive Health in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Common issues like difficulty with swallowing, frequent heartburn, recurrent abdominal pain, bowel habit problems, and rectal bleeding are often easily diagnosed and treated. Dr. Calabrese Stokes, Hoppy, and I are local gastroenterologists that are here to help. For more information, call our Uniontown office at 724-437-7677.
The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community, treating sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, joint replacements, hand injuries, and other conditions. They treat you efficiently and safely by taking all necessary precautions while disinfecting the clinic regularly. All insurance accepted. Experienced therapists, convenient location and hours, part of the community. Call the office with a prescription from your doctor or schedule by direct access 724-437-7500. If it's time for a change in decor at your home, let the trained staff at Chesler's Fine Furniture work their magic. The August store-wide furniture clearance is going on now. There are no gimmicks involved, just great values and old-fashioned service. Chesler's offers the finest in name-brand furnishings by famous makers, plus accent pieces and wall decor that will underline your unique sense of style. You'll find items such as genuine Lazy Boy rocker recliners for just $4.29, 5-piece dining sets starting at $5.99. For the family room, there are reclining sofas from $7.99 and up with matching reclining love seats and recliners. For the formal living room, there are sofas starting at $4.99. Don't forget the bedding department, as all mattress sets are reduced. Every piece of bedroom furniture, every piece of living room furniture and dining room furniture, every piece of furniture at Chesler's will be discounted. Chesler's Fine Furniture, Route 51 in Uniontown, where customers send their friends.
Good to see Malia McCune making her way off on the Uniontown side. Injury in the first 30 seconds of the second half that has Laurel Highlands on top 7-1. And the Mustangs looking for more, and another breakdown there, and just sent wide by Morgan Ferris. And Laurel Highlands will switch keepers here for the second half. Amelia Michael now in goal on the Laurel Highlands side. That was planned coming in. Uniontown with a clear out. Also had a goalie change on the Uniontown side as well. Abigail Horner now in goal. Coming in for Kendall Nails. And Rulva Kaba here with a blast, just sending it wide on the near side. Trying to test Horner early on. Horner will put it down here for a goal kick. Send it on the far side as Uniontown tries to set it up from their own zone. Starters out at least to start this second half for the Mustangs. And they pulled them about midway through the first half. Kayla Dressel turning it over. It's picked up there by Claire Schoner. Taylor Irwin trying to help it along. On to Ella Doman. Doman trying to fight her way into the box. Good defense there for Miracle Mosley. Now Cameron McLean will turn and shoot. Sending it wide on the far side. You can kind of tell it's 7-1 right now. The intensity certainly not there, at least that we saw to start the match. It tends to happen with a lopsided score on the board. Again, boys action will follow. Probably right around 7:30 tonight. Depending on how quickly this girls' game gets wrapped up. Lola Mitchell on the trigger. To Kayla Dressel. Back to Lola. Part of the Mustang bench. Trying to help it along. A little deflection. Mustangs trying to keep it alive. Rulva Kaba on the back line. Adriana Walker. Rulva Kaba again. Good sportsmanship on the Laurel Highlands side. You can tell right now they're just playing for possession. Not forcing it as much as they actually could at this juncture of the match. A good play down to McLean into the box. Good save coming out there from Horner. And Horner now with the cover for the Red Raiders. Playing it back to center. And for Gabby Hernandez. It'll be Walker to play it going the other way. At the near wing to Taylor Irwin. Back there to Giovanna Johnson. Down the near side and on the run, Rulva Kaba. Rulva Kaba looking for the crosser out in front. It's open and chipped in for another Mustang goal. I believe that was Morgan Ferris there on the backside. It was, so Morgan Ferris adding to the Mustangs scoring. Her second of the game. Coming here at the 35-minute mark of the second half to put Laurel Highlands now on top 8-1. You get this one resumed again. With Uniontown getting some early control. Pushed down the field by Charlie Murtha. Walker there. Back to Amelia Michael. Kayla Dressel. Now Cameron McLean. Then catch with Irwin. McLean again, and now Irwin on the give and go. Taylor Irwin down the far wing. Now check that was Ferris. That was Ferris. Irwin's out in front right now. And nonetheless, another save made there by Horner. As Hostetler scored the lone Uniontown goal, trying to make her way out of her own zone, turning it over, and that is Irwin finding it there for the Mustangs. Back into the box as the play on sides. We're going to play on for now. Save made out in front by Horner on the shot attempt there from Rulva Kaba. The Mustangs' Lola Mitchell getting control back again on the far side. Taking it out of play. Well, 7 minutes into the second half. A 7-goal lead for the Mustangs over the Red Raiders. Walker going crossfield on the near side here to Irwin. Playing it up ahead and off sides there. They're trying to spring Ella Doman. Doman thought she had a pretty good run there for the Mustangs. Little battle here at midfield. Morgan Ferris, the last to touch that one going out. And Uniontown will get this throw in. Sent in there to Giovanna Johnson. Touch from Molly Nairn. Looking for Taylor Irwin, and then Irwin able to get it back. Taylor coming back through center. Ran into Sienna Cato. Pushed back up by Ruva Kaba. The Mustangs trying to spring Morgan Ferris. Play whistled down on the offsides again. And a free kick here for Uniontown. Red Raiders on the boot back to center. Perkins looking for it. He turned back by Lola Mitchell. On again to Ferris. Cameron McLean through Ruva Kaba up to Ella Doman. Doman on the race. And Doman with the poke. Good initial save there from Horner. Ball still loose, and Abigail Horner with the cover there on the Uniontown side. Horner did a nice job there after the initial juggle. Doman got another little poke at it before Horner was able to cover again there for Uniontown and stop that scoring threat. Sadie Hostetler. I worked down the far side, ran into Morgan Ferris. Hostetler trying to get free, but it'll be Ruva Kaba trying to find the loose ball there for the Mustangs. Settled off by Giovanna Johnson. Picked up again by Uniontown Sadie Hostetler, but Molly Nairn will go the other way. Molly, good ball forward. On the run, Taylor Irwin will pick it up. Irwin into the box, and she'll chip it high. She had Ferris off to her left. With the score 8-1, Irwin looking for another goal there on the Laurel Highlands side. Mustangs with solid control right now, up by 7. Again, when these two teams met earlier this year, actually earlier this month, it was a 9-1 Mustang win over the Red Raiders. Laurel Highlands has shown great sportsmanship in this match. Again, they pulled their starters in the first half, about 20 minutes in. Even here in the second half, of putting some of the starters back in. They really haven't played that aggressively. Going towards goal, just looking for possession time. Again, you have to shoot at some point as they try one here and ring it off the post, off the rebound. Irwin misses on the near side. And a couple of good chances there out in front for Laurel Highlands. The score remains 8-1 in favor of the Mustangs. Another one knocked down by Cameron McLean. McLean to her left on the shot. Knocked down there by Horner, and Horner with a cover again. Good job again by Abigail Horner. Roll it out again to Sadie Hostetler. Girls still playing hard on both sides. Ball rolls over the near boundary line and out. Back to Giovanna Johnson. Again, cleared out here on the near side. Molly Nairn to Walker, and now Johnson. And goes back through Walker, allowing Uniontown an opportunity here in the Mustang zone. Sadie Hostetler working off to her right. And the Mustangs able to pick it back up again with Rulva Kaba. Looking for Irwin. And Rulva Kaba back on the ball. Here's Ava Rulva Kaba. And a pretty good battle here. It's Sienna Cato. And Cato winning the ball back there for Uniontown. Looking to center. Rulva Kaba looking forward again as Miracle Mosley went down. And another little spin down here on the near side as Ella Doman and Sienna got together. Be a free kick here for the Mustangs. Rulva Kaba will take it with 25-40 left here in regulation. Initial save made there by Horner, and then after a little juggle, Abigail able to control. Lights already starting to take their full effect. Hate to see these days getting shorter as we've entered the autumn season. Sun setting right now at around 7 o'clock. Rulva Kaba looking there for Irwin. Uniontown trying to go the other way with Grace Perkins battling Nairn. Molly goes the other way. Touch from Irwin on to Rulva Kaba. Back to Cameron McLean. Now Ava again. Good ball up to Ella Doman. Doman in the box, crosses out in front. And a little poke from Ferris, and the cover from Horner again. A fun little sequence there. Horner on the clear back to center. Dressel knocks it down. Rulva Kaba finds it. Goes between defenders. And ran into Miracle Mosley, who slowed down that attack. And McLean will pull it back. Touchdown by Walker. Sent off on the far side to Ferris in traffic. Lola Mitchell on the far boundary. The ball deflected out. With 23:52 left here in regulation time. An 8-1 lead for the Mustangs over the Red Raiders. This Uniontown girls soccer program started back in 1999, so coming up on the 26th year of Uniontown girls soccer. Mustangs back into the box, and another one deflected wide there by Abigail Horner. She's done a nice job here in the second half, solidifying the net on the Uniontown side. Will be another corner kick as they try to corral the ball. In the boys game coming up next, the Laurel Highlands boys 7-5 overall, 4-5 in conference play. Uniontown 3-9 overall. They have not won a conference game yet this year on the boys side, and that one Put into the side of the net off the corner kick. Laurel Highlands boys led by Cole Radcliffe, who comes in with 26 goals scored on the season. One of the leaders in the WPIAL as far as goals scored so far this season. Had 8 in a game against McKeesport earlier on this year. Mustangs will meet the Tigers again at Laurel Highlands next week. Of course, Cole's brother and sister also played for the Mustangs. Harry now kicking on the California University of Pennsylvania football team. They call it Penn West California now, the Vulcans. He was actually player of the week in the conference a few weeks back. Sister Jocelyn played last year at Pitt Greensburg, but she's called it a soccer career with some nagging injuries, but both were fun to watch. Harry and Jocelyn here at Laurel Highlands. And Cole certainly continuing the family legacy. So 21-25 left here in regulation as Johnson comes forward. That one scooped up by Abigail Horner. Much like the matchup here between the girls' programs, the Laurel Highlands boys have controlled the series with Uniontown, winning 36 straight. But I will tell you, when the two programs met back in August at Laurel Highlands, part of the Fayette County Coaches Tournament, it's another shot sent wide there on the Mustang side. Starters for both teams played the entire first half, and Uniontown led 2-1 at the break. They actually put in second teams on both sides in the second half, and the Mustangs ended up winning 4-2. But you kind of wonder how that one would have ended if starters went the whole way for the full 40. Well, Uniontown will get an opportunity to do it again here at home against the Mustangs. Again, a non-conference game. Surprising as the Red Raiders cough it up there and send it into the back of the net by Ella Doman. So Ella Doman making it 9-1, the exact same score we saw earlier on this season. Doman her second. Scored at the 2010 mark. And we'll see if that's it for the starters. That's where the change was made back in the first half, about 20 minutes in. But for now, the starters remaining on the field. We mentioned Laurel Highlands really has not played that much game action as of late. So I think if you're Coach Mulawanda, you want to give your starters certainly reps here tonight. They've gotten about 40 minutes of soccer played out of the 60 so far. And Doman, another little turn and shoot. Covered there by Horner. As we approach the 19-minute mark of the second half, all Laurel Highlands leading 9-1. We'll recap all of the goals for you as well before we sign off in this one. Of course, I have to thank all of our supporters of Mustang soccer here as well on the South Union Township Sports Network, as Laurel Highlands close to getting another one there from Cameron McLean. Just sent wide, including Smith Lewis Chess, CPAs in Uniontown, Davis & Davis Attorneys at Law, the Sprouse Insurance Group, and insurance agent David Hughes, SWGI specialist, now part of U.S. Digestive Health, the UPMC Rehabilitation Institute, and physical therapist Jim Burns, United Bank, South Union Township Supervisors Bob Schiffbauer, Rick Vernon, and Jason Scott, and Chesler's Fine Furniture at 51 north of Uniontown. You can see the sponsor logos for all of those fine businesses rotating at the top of your screen. 18-15 left here in the second half. And the lead at 9-1 for the Mustangs over the Red Raiders. Brian Morozak with Carl Childs back feeling well behind the camera tonight. Actually, had our other camera operator, Billy Dice, in attendance with his family for Uniontown Community Soccer Night. His son Manny plays down in the Riverhounds program, actually recovering from an injury as well, a wrist injury. Manny seemed all right. Says, I just can't play goalie right now, but I can still play the field. He was chipper as ever up here in the press box at halftime. Here's Walker again for Laurel Highlands. Good ball down to Taylor Irwin. Irwin on it, settles down. Got a little bit too deep. Works back to her left, trying to stay with it. Over to Ruvalcaba. Ruvalcaba top of the box. Shot with the left foot into the back of the net. That was a pretty goal. Irwin on the assist. Ruvalcaba with the finish. And it's 10-1 Mustangs. Second of the night for Ruvalcaba. Irwin with the assist. And the lead at 10-1. It's 16:53 left in regulation time. This ball played in Irwin's direction. Charlie Murtha sending it the other way. Down to Grace Perkins. Nairn trying to send it the other way for the Mustangs, but Uniontown good pursuit here. Amelia Michael with the cover. Haven't had to call Michael's name much here in the second half. Again, her uncle Phil, one of our former colleagues, tragically passing away last year. Dad Chuck, great family. The Michaels. And Amelia doing some nice things in net for Laurel Highlands this year as well. 15:38. Mustangs putting double digits on the scoreboard, up 10-1. Perkins here on the near side. Off to Cato. Intercepted, and here's Ella Doman. Doman on the run, the speedy freshman. Fires. Great save there from Horner. Rebound still alive. Irwin reloads and put it off the crossbar. Must have hit a piece of the little plaque that you see Uniontown there in between, but it came straight off the crossbar. We'd still have that one in play. Of course, the lower crossbar in play hits the upper crossbar, you're out of play. And Horner puts it down for another goal kick. Jacobs was trying to go low. Mustangs knocked it down. Cameron McLean settling it off there to Ferris. Back to Cameron. Cameron top of the box. Cameron McLean dancing her way to her left and sending it in the back of the net. Made a nice little move there around Horner. They're able to finish it off. Increase the Mustang lead to 11-1. That's her third of the game. Goal coming at the 14-minute mark of the second half. And now the Mustangs going back to their second line, up 10. 13:40 to play. Pretty sunset right now as well. Well, haze of the sun behind the clouds. Beautiful scenery here. The mountains all around us. Sometimes if you live around the area, you don't take time to appreciate what a scenic backdrop we have, especially here at Bill Power Stadium. See some of those stadiums, especially out in Utah or Colorado, with similar setups. And this one here, considering we don't have the mountain range like they do in the Rockies, I think certainly among the best in western Pennsylvania. 12:39 to play. Mustangs scoring 11 goals so far tonight. And for Laurel Highlands so far this year, the 11 goals, the most they've scored in a game. The previous high was 9, scored both against Uniontown and West Mifflin. Mustangs trying to add another one on here, too. Grace Cece into the box. Sending that one wide of Abigail Horn. And you feel for both of the Uniontown keepers tonight, Nails and Horner. They've gotten absolutely plastered with shots on goal, just trying to hold the fort down. And for Uniontown, the 11 goals conceded tonight matches the season high of 11 they gave up at South Fayette on September 17th. And we're hoping for a competitive boys game on the way next. Probably about a 20-minute break in between games. Give us an opportunity to refresh a little bit and get lineups for Game 2 here tonight. And I have to thank Carl Childs behind the camera. And Brian Morozak with you here in the South Union Township Sports Network. Also have to thank our township supervisors, Bob Schiffbauer, Rick Fernan, and Jason Scott, for allowing us to bring these broadcasts to you, along with our fine sponsors that you see at the top of your screen. Gracie Cece putting that one into the side of the nets. Score remains 11-1. These goals will keep Carl busy if he puts together game highlights later on tonight. Plenty of goals to showcase this evening. Mustangs looking for more. A little run there. Callie Russell off to her left, and the Mustangs score another one to make it 12-1. We'll check that goal score. Russell with the nice setup. And it was Kenna Fry that finished it off. So Kenna Fry making it 12-1 Laurel Highlands. The 10-minute mark of the second half. Fry just a freshman. We talked about all those talented freshmen on this Laurel Highlands team. And also have to thank Gary Smith at CUTV. Allows all of us to rebroadcast these games. A lot of the folks that might not be able to access the internet for either our live video streamed or archive broadcast, they're available on Armstrong and Breezeline cable on CUTV. Now, if you have the digital version, those are available on the two alternate channels, either 2001 or 2002 was the old channel 61, but now the new digital cable boxes have the two community access channels. If you actually go to channel 2, just scroll up one, you get down to channel 1, and you can go the opposite way. Very easy to find. And along with the great programming they produce down at CUTV, a lot of great student-run programming down there. They rebroadcast a lot of our games here on the South Union Township Sports Network. That's a long relationship dating back to the late 1980s when John Kazarick and Jerry Dupay, along with Township Supervisor Bob Schiffbauer, who's still one of our Township Supervisors, set up the South Union Township Sports Network. We certainly appreciate all that Jerry and John did to lay the foundation to allow us to still bring you all this great local sports action, not only in South Union Township, but certainly around Fayette County as well. And always nice when you have two local schools like you have tonight, Laurel Highlands and Uniontown. Uniontown Community Soccer Night started with a middle school game between these two schools at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Boys game to follow, and a lot of folks coming out to watch all of the action. And really a great event for the entire community to have a fantastic night of soccer like this at Bill Power Stadium. They've tried to make this an annual event the last couple of years. I think the community really has taken to it as well. It seems like no matter the sport, always a fantastic rivalry when Uniontown and Laurel Highlands get together. And the Red Raiders are run here from Sadie Hostetler on the shot. That was actually blocked by Emma Phelan. The one thing I was surprised, this might not be totally official yet because I don't know if the final schedules are ready, but I was looking at some basketball schedules earlier on today, and I was surprised to see that Laurel Highlands and Uniontown, as of now, are not scheduled to play each other in basketball this year. They didn't play last year, and I think it was a lot of it due to the disparity between the two programs, but still would love to find a way to have those two girls' basketball programs get together as well. Just in any sport, when the teams are so close, always nice if you can schedule one another. That ball out on the far side, so Amelia Michael sent it off here to Abigail DiLorenzo. Get things restarted here on the goal kick as we go under 6 minutes left here in regulation time. A 12-1 lead for the Mustangs over the Red Raiders, and Laurel Highlands looking for another run here down the field with Callie Russell. Scooped up there by Abigail Horner. And played back to center. Uniontown trying to get things going, and a foul called here on the Mustangs. They get whistled on Brooklyn Lakorchik committing the foul. Free kick here for Sadie Hostetler. Five minutes now left here in the second half. Hostetler on the free kick. It'll one-hop back to Amelia Michael. Amelia will take it to the top of the box. Uniontown trying to fight back down the far side there with Chrissy Jacobs. Running into Emma Phelan. Vanessa Rosano. Now Callie Russell. Over to Rachel Gibbs. I'm going to go through this whole score. He might take the final 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Laurel Highlands scored the opening goal of the match, a minute 50 in an own goal. It appeared it went off of Brooklyn O'Brien. We thought the two closest Mustangs were Morgan Ferris and Cameron McLean. We'll have to check the official scoring later to see who gets credited with it, but it was 1-0 Mustangs at that point. Morgan Ferris scoring at the 36-12 mark of the first half to make it 2-0 Laurel Highlands. Ella Doman getting her first of the night at the 32-09 mark. And then Ava Rulva-Kaba scoring at the 30-17 mark. And Laurel Highlands actually had 3 goals within a period of 45 seconds. Rulva-Kaba scored at 30-17. McLean scored at 29-57. That's Cameron McLean. And then Cameron scored again at 29-32. So Cameron had 2 goals that were 25 seconds apart herself. And if you count on the Rulva-Kaba goal, you had 3 goals scored within about a 45-second period. Is that ball going out there on the far side? We'll get a corner kick here for the Mustangs. Right, with 12 on the board, looking for another one here with 3:05 to play. And we'll settle it back there to Cece. Got deflected out. So at that point, we were at 6-0. Taylor Irwin scored to make it 7-0. That was at the 21:35 mark. The starters then came out at that point for the Mustangs for the rest of the first half. So Laurel Highlands close to getting another one there off of a little deflection and the cover again from Abigail Horner. Sadie Hostetler, though, broke up the shutout on a well-positioned shot that Addison Stroko had no shot at whatsoever on the save. And Hostetler made it 7-1. And that was your halftime score. Morgan Ferris got the first goal of the second half as Laurel Highlands put the starters out to start the second half. Ferris, 5 minutes into the second half, made it 8-1. Ella Doman then at the 20:10 mark made it 9-1. Ava Rulvakaba made it 10-1 at the 16:53 mark. And Cameron McLean got the hat trick at the 14-minute mark to make it 11-1. Starters came out again at that point, and Kenna Fry added another one for Laurel Highlands to make it 12-1. That's where we sit with 1:52 to play. It didn't take the full 4 minutes. Took about 2 minutes plus to go through them all for you. That's all the scoring we saw in the first half. And again, stay tuned when this game wraps up. Well, the boys' game between Uniontown and Laurel Highlands. It'll come your way about 20 minutes or so after the girls' game concludes. We'll reset, get a little breather, get the lineups, and then be ready for game 2 for you. And 75 seconds left here in the second half. There's a line drive just going goalie left of Michael. Taken again by Sadie Hostetler. So Hostetler's played well tonight for Uniontown, one of the few bright spots. And if you're just joining us as well, Uniontown extremely shorthanded coming in. Their top defender, Sarah White, out with a knee injury. Top striker, Eleanor Carey, out with a broken nose. In fact, had nose surgery earlier on today. And still came out and did the national anthem and was fantastic. 95% of us, probably 99% of us, can't sing the national anthem without a broken nose. And Carey did it with one after having surgery earlier on today. And a couple of good chances there right in front of Amelia Michael. Laurel Highlands up to it defensively. Uniontown going to try to get another shot on goal here late. Off another corner. Little traffic out in front. Laurel was the last to deflect. They were down to 6 seconds. Uniontown's going to try to put it in play here again late. It's a little lob towards goal. Goes into the side, and then that'll do it. 12-1. Your final score, Laurel Highlands over Uniontown. The LH Lady Mustangs knock off the Uniontown Lady Raiders. And stay tuned. The boys' game between these two schools coming up. This game, a joint cooperative venture featuring Township Supervisors Bob Schiffbauer, Rick Vernon, and Jason Scott, Armstrong Cable, Breezeline Cable, and our friends at CUTV, including Gary Smith. For Carl Childs behind the camera, this is Brian Morozak. I'll be back with you in about 20 minutes for Game 2 of our girl-boy doubleheader here on the South Union Township Sports Network. Just about ready for game 2 of our high school soccer doubleheader here in the South Union Township Sports Network. The Laurel Highlands boys taking on Uniontown, the Mustangs. 7-5 overall, 4-5 in conference play. Alex Guy, the head coach of the Laurel Highlands Mustangs. Uniontown, they've had a lot of close calls all season. 3-9 overall, 0-6 in the conference play. The Mustangs tough earlier on this year when the two schools got together at Laurel Highlands. The Mustangs ended up winning that game 4-2. If you remember, that was part of the Fayette County Coaches Tournament, and at halftime, with both teams starters still in, Uniontown led 2-1 at halftime. The Mustangs, when they switched to some JV players in the second half, ended up winning 4-2. We're hoping for a competitive game here in game 2 of our high school soccer doubleheader after the Laurel Highlands girls knocked off Uniontown 12-1 earlier on tonight. It's Uniontown Soccer Community Night, a great turnout from the local community for the festivities here tonight. In fact, have a bunch of youngsters out as well as they'll announce the starting lineups for both Uniontown and Laurel Highlands. Really great to see the community support tonight out here at Bill Power Stadium. They had a middle school game at 4, girls game at 5:30, and now the boys game here to cap off the night. Captains meeting here at the 50-yard line, going over everything on the far side, and then we'll get this match underway. And very similar to the boys game between these two schools, Laurel Highlands putting their 36-game series win streak over Uniontown on the line tonight. Uniontown has not knocked off Laurel Highlands in soccer since 2004. Yes, it's been 21 years since the Red Raiders have knocked off the Mustangs. They'll try to change that here tonight. And the Mustangs also trying to gain some momentum to get back into the playoff race with games later on this week against South Fayette and Trinity. Next week, they'll have contests against McKeesport and Bethel Park before wrapping up the season against Albert Gallatin. And the Mustangs, who are in great shape, actually in a playoff position right now, find themselves a game back of Ringgold for the final playoff spot in the conference. The Rams 5-4 in the conference, Laurel Highlands 4-5. Bethel Park leads the conference at 8-0-1. Thomas Jefferson 7-1-1. Trinity at 7-2 and Ringgold at 5-4. Now we'll turn it over for our starting lineups.
Junior number 5, Daniel O'Neill. Sophomore number 6, Benjamin Antol. Senior number 8, Cole Radcliffe. Sophomore number 10, Chase Hall. Sophomore number 16, Jackson Nairn. Senior number 22, Casey Mahoney. Senior number 23, Brody Baker. Junior number 28, Ethan Perkins. Junior number 38, Matt Kalensick. And rounding out the starting lineup, sophomore number 42, Elliot Bohr. The Mustangs are led by head coach Alexander Guy, excuse me. Assistant coaches James Guy, and we're ready for the Uniontown Red Raiders. Junior and captain number 1, Noah Holland. Sophomore number 5, Josh O'Berry. Junior, number 10, Braylon Mini Maestro Woods. Sophomore, number 11, Ty Cole Harvey. Sophomore, number 12, Carlos Soltis. Sophomore, number 13, Dean Kuna. Junior, number 14, Saul Mizakita. Senior, number 18, Ethan the Commodore Roebuck. Junior, number 19, Logan Ron Davis. Junior, number 20, and Captain Tommy Haristi. And rounding out the starting lineup, senior and captain, number 30, Nick the Quick Smith. Red Raiders led by head coach King Allen and assistant coaches Ted Collins. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise, gentlemen, removing your caps. Once again, we have the melodious voice of Miss Eleanor Carey to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we had the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts inward were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' cracker, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job there by Eleanor Carey doing double duty on the national anthem today here at Bill Powers Stadium, the Uniontown Red Raiders and the Laurel Highlands Mustangs. And we mentioned earlier Eleanor Carey was unable to play the girls' match between these two schools. Actually broke her nose last week, had surgery earlier on today to reset that nose, and still managed to come out here and sing the national anthem twice. So a job well done for Miss Carey here at Bill Powers Stadium tonight. Now the boys' match between Laurel Highlands and Uniontown. The Mustangs, the away whites, red numbers, red shorts. Their bench across the field to our right. They'll work right to left as we describe it. Uniontown, the home maroon, white numbers. They'll work left to right. Their bench across the field to our left. Brian Morozak along with Carl Childs here on the South Union Township Sports Network. Should be a good one. Uniontown and Laurel Highlands, second meeting of the season. Mustangs knocked off the Red Raiders 4-2 earlier on this year. In our match coverage brought to you by Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown, Davis and Davis attorneys at law, the Sprouse Insurance Group, and insurance agent David Hughes, SWGI specialist, now a part of U.S. Digestive Health, the UPMC Rehabilitation Institute, physical therapist Jim Burns, United Bank, South Union Township supervisors Bob Schiffbauer, Rick Fernan, and Jason Scott, and Chesler's Fine Furniture, Route 51, north of Uniontown. For the Mustangs, of course, have our eyes on number 8, Cole Radcliffe, one of the leading scorers in the WPIAL, 26 goals already scored this season. Cole certainly a weapon out there for the Mustangs. So we thought the Red Raiders were going to go left to right. They're actually going to go right to left. So they'll switch them around. Logan Davis in that center box for Uniontown to get things started. Third of 3 being played here today at Bill Power Stadium. Middle school game started. Things had the girls match, now the boys match as Davis sends it all the way down the field and out. Be a goal kick here for the Mustangs. Daniel O'Neill back in goal for Laurel Highlands. Suffered a bruised sternum a week ago tonight against Connellsville. Missed the match against Thomas Jefferson at home last Tuesday. Did play on the road in that 1-0 loss against Ringgold. Still not 100%. But he's in the net tonight against rival Uniontown trying to give it a go. And we'll see what transpires. And Uniontown, a little action here in the box. And O'Neill with a diving stop on a little roller that went off to his left. They're just 40 seconds in. He'll take it out to the top of the box and then send it away back to midfield. Off the deflection, helped along there by Chase Hall. That one will roll back to the Uniontown keeper, one of the co-captains, Noah Holland. A big blast back towards center on that front line for Uniontown. Watch Braylon Woods, number 10. He's a speedster as well. Red Raiders looking for a little crosser out in front. Elliott Bohr trying to turn it aside. Red Raiders step back up. Shot blocked there from Josh Paris. Paris trying to keep it alive in the box. Mustangs looking for a little touch out. Trying to lead the counterattack back, but Woods keeping it alive there for Uniontown. Woods here on the near boundary. Sending it on the defensive line again to Tommy Arisi. Another one of the Uniontown co-captains. Elliott Bohr finding it again there for the Mustangs. As Laurel Highlands trying to break out there with Roman George. Uniontown knocking it down and resetting here from the edge of the Laurel Highlands zone. Trying to work it into the box there to Woods. Never got in his direction. Dean Kuhn on the settle down. Another chip ball into the box. Woods finds it again here on the near side. Woods looking for operating room. And nothing going on as the ball deflected out of play there by the Mustangs. And Uniontown will have a throw-in taken by Dean Kuna. Headed but staying in the box. And now the Mustangs looking for a little poke out. Josh Paris keeping it alive. A little bit too far there on the send down for Kuna. It'll be a goal kick here for Laurel Highlands. And this is a non-conference game between these two schools on the boys' side, even though the two girls' programs in the same conference. For whatever reason, the WPIAL decided during this 2-year cycle to put Uniontown and Laurel Highlands in separate conferences, which really doesn't make much sense at all. You have Laurel Highlands and Albert Gallatin in Section 2. Uniontown in a 6-team conference in Section 3 with Franklin Regional, Bell Vernon, Latrobe, Penn Trafford, West Mifflin, and Uniontown. What's even funnier is Laurel Highlands and AG in an 8-team conference. Could have had the Mustangs and the Colonials join Section 3 with Uniontown of all 3 Fayette County schools together and still have an 8-team conference like the Mustangs are playing in right now. But nonetheless, they've managed to meet twice this year. This is the second of 2 meetings. And a little crosser there, intercepted by the Uniontown keeper, Noah Holland. And Holland will take it to the top of the 18. Blasted over his front line. Mustangs try to settle it down there with Matt Kolensik. Over to Casey Mahoney. Out on the far side, intended there for Roman George. George did a fantastic job, was the spot goalie for Laurel Highlands on Tuesday when O'Neill couldn't go against Thomas Jefferson. I think cherished the opportunity. A great job in goal. Mustangs ended up falling in a close match. A score of 2-1. Mahoney, a little header. And trying to step up. And Kolensik finally with a clear out will send it and the Laurel Highlands bench. Mustangs back in action tomorrow. Conference game at South Fayette. Your home pocket schedule might tell you that game's at Laurel Highlands. But they actually had a schedule switch earlier on in the season. They played at LH back in early September. So the match tomorrow will be down at South Fayette. Mustangs knocked off the Lions earlier this season by a score of 5-1. Hoping for a similar result tomorrow night. Brody Baker, a little chip ahead. Elliott Bohr angling it off to Chase Hall here on the near side. Little sidestep around Dean Kuna. Hall trying to stay with it. Back again to Mahoney. Settled off by Jackson Nairn. Back to Benjamin Ansel. Mustangs in no hurry, setting it up just under 6 minutes in a scoreless match here at Bill Powers Stadium. And now Cole Radcliffe springing free, one of the goal-scoring leaders in the WPIAL, 26 coming in. Couldn't generate a shot there. Deflected out of play, last touch by Cole going out. Will be a goal kick here for Holland and the Red Raiders. Holland a blast towards center. Over the head of Braylon Woods. Mahoney looking for a clear out. Guys kind of playing hacky sack with it right now. Hall trying to settle it down. Goes off of Dean Kuna and out. It'll be a Uniontown throw-in. Be taken here by Brody Baker. Into Nairn, touched by Hall. Trying to go in open space again to Radcliffe off the deflection intended there for Elliott Bohr, but spun back off the ball by Ethan Roebuck on the Uniontown side as the Red Raiders trying to create here with Carson Soltis. Off on the far wing down to Ethan Roebuck again. And Uniontown led Laurel Highlands 2-1 at halftime when these two teams met earlier on in the season. Mustangs ended up winning it 4-2. For a non-conference match, we thought things might be tight and chippy here tonight. That game started at 8:30 in the morning on a Saturday. Off the head of Braylon Woods, over the back line and out. Goal kick here for O'Neill. O'Neill actually helped us out on Friday night. Needed a camera operator and assisted us over at Laurel Highlands running the camera for the Mustang football game against Chartiers Valley. Didn't want to make him work too much with that bruised sternum. Still painful. But he's at it tonight. A nice little boot there over the head of Jackson Nairn. Mustangs looking for possession. A little miscommunication there. Feed behind Hall. We had a play for throw-in from Saul Amiskita here on the near side for Uniontown. 31-42 left here in the first half. Uniontown and Laurel Highlands scoreless so far. Amiskita on the send-in off the head of Brody Baker. And now the Red Raiders looking for a break. Braylon Woods sending it off to his right, and a little chip just missed wide. Uniontown oh so close. Well drawn up. And Ethan Roebuck maybe a half a foot wide of the goal on the far side. O'Neill will put it back down. Have another goal kick here on the Mustang side. Daniel on the blast, back to midfield. Cole Radcliffe trying to track it down there on the Laurel Highlands side, but Uniontown trying to reverse the field. Ty Harvey stepping in there for the Red Raiders, sending it off the Mustangs and out. You can just tell by the intensity out there. A lot to play for on both sides, and this Uniontown team much better right now than their 3-9 overall record indicates. Look at some of the results so far this season. Just last week, an overtime loss against Bell Vernon. In fact, played the Leps close in both meetings. Both were 2-1 games that went in the extra session that were won by the Leopards over the Red Raiders. That one chipped high of the goal. And O'Neill will have another goal kick. Just over 10 minutes in from Bill Power Stadium on a Monday night. Second of a girl-boy doubleheader. High school soccer, Uniontown Community Nights. Brody Baker. Sent it down the far side. Heading it out of play there was Salam Mesquita on the Uniontown side. And Laurel Highlands, 3 changes here. Bohr and Hall. 2 of the checkouts along with Roman George. We've got the younger of the Bakers, Jackson, checking in for the first time, sophomore, along with Lucas DeGia, number 20. Try to find the third Mustang that was in there. My guess might be Jet Yager down the far side, 21. There's Yager down on that far wing. Throw in here for Uniontown in the direction of Woods, but sent away by Brody Baker. And played out off the Red Raiders announce. Brody will get another Uniontown, or check that, another Laurel Highlands throw in that goes over his brother Jackson's head. And off the Uniontown back line, again sent over the near boundary line announce. Jackson Nair now the trigger man. Off of Jackson Baker over to Lucas DeGia. DeGia stepping up, spinning it off to Radcliffe. And Radcliffe losing it there on a solid defensive play there by Salah Mesquita. Clearing the zone. Mahoney another throw in off the Uniontown header. DeGia battles Ty Harvey. And the Mustangs win it for now with Jackson Baker. Baker, another spin back through center. A little chip ahead intended for Nairn. Harvey was attempting the blast. Got deflected off a Red Raider and out. Nairn back to work. Over to DeGia. Got shouldered off the ball there by Josh Paris. Now the Red Raiders reset on their back line. And Mesquita, a blast intended for Braylon Woods. Couldn't settle it down. Needed a little more cushion on those spikes. And Brody Baker back in for the Mustangs. A little over the shoulder there from Jackson Baker in the direction of Cole. Red Raiders find it again on the near wing, Dean Kuna, having it sent out by the Mustangs. Kuna will allow Mesquita to send this one in. Go right down the near line. Over to Braylon Woods, who's deep in the corner. Woods trying to make his way into the 18-yard box. But Brody Baker will go the other way. Touch from Nairn on the leave. And a little hard contact. And that was Jackson Baker that took a shot up high there for Laurel Highlands. Mustangs the last to touch it. And Mesquita to send it in again. Over to Braylon Woods as Brody Baker tried to alter with a little header. Ball goes out of play. We'll stay here with the Red Raiders in the Mustang zone. Or maybe not. Officials talk again. And give it to the Stangs and Casey Mahoney. We'll send it back in a tight opening 14 minutes. Uniontown a little intercept. Crosser on the far side. Race for the ball towards the far corner flag. It'll be white ball in the direction of Laurel Highlands. Not sure what we got there on the far side. We had two balls on the field at the same time. Just a throw-in. The camera right of the flag. Uniontown with the control. With a little open space from 20 yards. Check that, from 30 yards out from the 20-yard line. Sent high there by Ty Harvey. Another goal kick here for the Mustangs. O'Neill's been busy early on. Over to Brody Baker, trying to go between defenders. Harvey with the intercepts. Go back in Kuna's direction. Broken up and sent out of play. Dean Kuna in again to Braylon Woods. Woods on the near side looking for operating room. And a dance between defenders and nothing going on there. That one skipped back to center in the direction of Radcliffe. But tiptoeing the near boundary was Tommy Harisi, keeping it in there for the Red Raiders. Up to Ty Harvey. Over to Braylon Woods. Going shoulder to shoulder there with Brody Baker. Braylon with a crosser. DeGia tried to clear. That one sent out of play on the far side. Another goal kick here for O'Neill. I think Uniontown's had more of the ball here in the opening 16 minutes. Another goal kick here for Daniel O'Neill. Daniel on the blast down the far side. In Radcliffe's direction. Helped along by Yager. Defending. I believe that was Aaron Smith in there on the Uniontown side. Mustangs get another throw-in. A little collision. Now the foul called as Radcliffe ran over Josh Paris. Cole called for the foul. We'll get a Uniontown free kick. Sent over Harvey. Will roll back to O'Neill, who will pick it up here for the Mustangs. Neal on the rollout. A nice little lob here in the direction of Jackson Baker. Jackson unable to keep it in play. And Mosquito will track it down here for Uniontown. And Mosquito down the near line. Missing on the header there was Kuna. Mustangs blast it back towards Noah Holland. Played 18 minutes of soccer here at Bill Power Stadium. Just looking for our first goal of the match. Girls game had 13 scored. 12 in favor of the Mustangs, and a good run forward there again from Braylon Woods. Well, he's Woods quick on that Uniontown side. Brody Baker here on the near side for Laurel Highlands. Back through center, Elliott Bohr. Back to Brody again. On a contact there with Josh Paris. We play on as the Red Raiders find the loose ball. Controlled by Carson Soltis. Uniontown looking to go up the field. Full of deflection. They'll get it here with Woods on the settle down. The chip ahead intended for Noah Holland. Holland battling Ben Antle. Antle trying to play it off and able to spin it forward there to Jet Yager. A little contact will be Mustang ball. O'Neill will likely come up here to blast it down the field. Telling Ansel, hey, I'll take it. Good line drive forward. Headed along by Radcliffe, needing a little help. And Holland will scoop it back up again here for Uniontown. And a fun one to watch so far. The Red Raiders and the Mustangs through almost 20 minutes. And Brody Baker sending that one into the stand. You have to give it back. No souvenir soccer balls. Saul Amosquito will take this throw-in. Down the near line. Woods trying to settle it down. Get poked off the ball there by Jackson Nairn. The Mustang ball here on the throw-in. We'll see 5 changes here on the Laurel Highlands side. As the Mustangs shuffle the deck with 19:38 left here in the first half. Brian Morozak along with you. Carl Childs behind the camera on our Facebook Live video feed here on the South Union Township Sports Network. Things starting to cool off. Temperature into the mid-60s. Carl got the hoodie on. One of the new entries for the Mustangs, Mason Cece taking the throw-in. Over to Jackson Baker. Elliott Bohr now in open space, trying to line it up the field. Down on the far side and off the deflection, Roman George on the ball. Here's Roman George into the box and a little crosser instead of there for Jackson Baker. A bit too far. And we'll go the other way with a Uniontown goal kick. Noah Holland to put it down. Holland from his own box, sending it back to center. Elliott Bohr sending it the other way for the Mustangs. Into Cole Radcliffe. Between defenders. Cole just missing wide on the far side. Again, Cole, 26 goals coming into this match among the leaders in the WPIAL. Good little surge there, looking for number 27. Yeah, it's been Uniontown, though, that's had more of the ball tonight. And still donuts up on the scoreboard on each side. And Uniontown looking for another run. In Braylon Wood's direction, he was offside. Just got behind Casey Mahoney. It was close. I think he kind of sensed that, trying to step back for a moment to get back on sides, but the pass was already made up the field. And Daniel O'Neill will put it down again. Sending it ahead. Went over to Gia. Played back to center. The Mustangs reset here to Mahoney again. Casey Mahoney stepping up. Nice little through ball up to Cole Radcliffe. Picked up by Noah Holland. Holland, good lob back to center. He controlled, though, by Cece. Headed up to DeGia. DeGia down the near boundary. A little pressure from behind. Back in Cece's direction, and now Mahoney feeling it from all sides. Low ball through Radcliffe. Uniontown going the other way to Braylon Woods. Almost got behind that back line. Mustangs able to recover. Baker on the body down. Up to DeGia. Jackson Baker, a little collision on the Uniontown back line there with Tommy Harisi. Going off the Mustangs and out will be a Uniontown throw-in as we approach the 16-minute mark of this first half. Played 24 minutes of soccer without a goal scored so far. Here's Braylon Woods. And Ian Roderick, who just checked into the match, up the field, but Roderick able to make anything happen in that sequence. Now Cole Solarczyk in for the first time, sending it down in Roman George's direction. And Uniontown will lob it back down on the far side. Ethan Perkins there, trying to get back into the play. Along with Solarczyk defensively. Ooh, off a little clear there from Bohr. Went off the head of Ty Harvey. Harvey unfazed by it. Now the Red Raiders, another chip back into the box. Wood cutting, but O'Neill finding and settling things down here for Laurel Highlands. They'll roll it out back to Mason Cece here on the near side. Low ball down to Jackson Baker. Baker's pass up the field, blocked down by Josh Paris and sent out here on the near side. Elliott Bohr lobbing it back. Bit of a misplay there from Chase Hall. Go back towards center again. Dean Kuna up to Braylon Woods. Woods on the near side, crosses back into the box. A little bit too far for Ian Roderick. But a nice little break towards the ball coming off that far wing. Under 14 minutes now left here in the first half. Uniontown on the throw-in. Headed along by Chase Hall. Looking for Radcliffe. Uniontown's done a nice job containing Cole so far in this match. Play whistled down, go back in Uniontown's direction. 13:25 left before halftime. You got Woods there on the far side. Looking across, Roderick there, just deflected it wide. Also had Dean Kuna on the doorstep there in front of O'Neill. So Uniontown's done a nice job creating some action here tonight. We haven't seen a goal scored on either side. Both teams with some changes here. Logan Hall checking out on the Uniontown side. Also Jackson Baker taking a seat for Laurel Highlands. Jackson Nairn back in for the Mustangs. We'll resume with a Daniel O'Neill goal kick. Also in on the Uniontown side, Amesquita back in after a quick breather. Nick Smith here for Uniontown. No one home as that ball spins back to O'Neill. A long toss out on the far side. Mustangs able to keep possession. Solarczyk trying to get back over to it, and it's going to be off of Laurel Highlands, I believe, and out. No, just a substitution. Will be Mustang ball. Kolensik back in here for De Gia on the Laurel Highlands side. A liner down the far side. Radcliffe finds it down to Jackson Nairn. Nairn on the attack. Nairn top of the box. Crosses off to his left. As Roman George tried to tee it up. Just didn't make firm contact as that ball goes high and wide on the far side. 11:22 left here in the first half. A fun, tight game so far tonight. These are the ones you like to be behind the mic for. As Mason Cece lobs it forward. Looking there for Radcliffe. Amesquita, though, going the other direction. And found again by Bohr. Touched off to Nairn. And CC again on the settle down, but good pressure from Josh Paris deflecting it out of play, slowing down the Mustang attack. Lady Mustangs won 12-1 over Uniontown earlier. And Braylon Woods trying to come down the near side. Woods staying on it here for Uniontown. Woods trying to sidestep Solarchik with a little pressure there from CC, who's going to pick up the foul. Uniontown will have the free kick as we approach the 10-minute mark of this first half. Match still scoreless. Red Raiders on the boot into the box. Deflected back, and Jackson Nairn will settle it off. Off of Paris, looking for Radcliffe. A good control from Uniontown. They're trying to spring Woods. Went over him, over Mahoney, and out the backside. They need a ball, do the Mustangs. And O'Neill gets one. It'll be another Laurel Highlands goal kick. And O'Neill will bounce it off on the far side. Over to Solarchik. Here's Cole, good run forward. Low ball in the direction of Chase Hall, but they weren't on the same page. We'll go out and we'll get another quick lineup change. Uniontown also checks out Roderick. Ball comes into open space, and Josh Paris finds it up to Braylon Woods. Woods coming forward, Elliott Bohr defending, and Bohr winning the ball back there for the Mustangs. Bohr looking for Nairn. It's knocked down for a moment by Amesquita before it was lobbed forward down to the far side in the direction of Roman George, but the Red Raiders play it out. The Mustangs will get a couple of players back up the field here before Radcliffe will take the throw-in. With 8:18 left before halftime. Radcliffe on the toss-in. Bohr was cutting towards the nets. And Noah Holland knocking it out, and Radcliffe will reload again. Radcliffe back into the box. Nairn and Kolensik, I believe, are trying to create a little traffic in there. Did not pan out. Red Raiders played back towards center. And Elliott Bohr finds it again. Talk about the good crowd here today. The 50-50 over $160. Ethan Perkins on the back line. Now Kolensik. In traffic, trying to find a Radcliffe. Which way is this going to go? We'll stay with the Mustangs. Take a quick throw-in. Back in Cole's direction. Here's Cole. Radcliffe just exploding down that far side. Trying to get into the box. It's like he shifts into another gear, hits the turbo button down there. Went off of Uniontown and out again. Mustangs take the throw in. Holland, after a little juggle, able to hang on. Not easy there for Noah Holland. He'll take it up to the top of the box. Again, go back towards center. Play whistled down. Might have been a push off there defensively on the Mustangs. And Uniontown a prime scoring opportunity. Get the send in here from about 49 yards from goal. Reset now about 51 yards out. So we go under 6 minutes left here in the first half. That one going to the left of O'Neill. And Woods trying a little chip forward. Nairn there for Laurel Highlands. Sending it the other way. Roman George. Trying to go back up the field. Well defensed by Tommy Harisi of Uniontown. Down to Carson Soltis. Looking for Woods. Ty Harvey on the battle. And that should be a foul. Was not called there. As Radcliffe went down. We play on. Nairn trying to reset. Pressure from Harvey. As Uniontown again looks for Woods, but it's Mahoney defending. Bounce back up in Cole's direction. Cole Radcliffe on the ball. Cole on the near side with a little winder that just went high. Solarchik now out. And Brody Baker back in on the Uniontown side. That last Radcliffe shot must have been touched by a Red Raider going out. So it will be a corner kick here for Laurel Highlands on the near side. Be Jackson Nairn to take it. Nairn on a little liner out in front, the header, and what a save by Noah Holland. From point blank range, denying the header out in front. And this match remains scoreless as we approach the 4-minute mark of the first half. Goes back to Braylon Woods. Cece on the chip, goes down to Nairn, but Woods is down behind the play. Foul called here in the Mustangs. Woods back up. Mustang fans didn't like the call. Uniontown will get possession back. It'll be Logan Davis to take the free kick. 3:30 left on a running clock here in the first half. Davis on the boot. Good lob. Sent into the box. A little deflection. Might have been a handball. Now it gets whistled down. Handball there on Uniontown. Now O'Neill will try to go quickly on the counterattack up the other side. Headed along. Roman George trying to chase it down and add some pressure on. Red Raiders trying to take the safe route back to Holland. Got headed again, and this time we'll go out here on the near side. It'll be Uniontown ball as we go under 3 minutes left here in the first half. And Mosquito will take the throw in. And Mosquito down the near line. Little collision, and now we'll get a foul called as Lucas DeGia down on the Laurel Highlands side. Mustangs will get the free kick. Cole Radcliffe waiting for everyone to get set. He will take it 36 yards from goal on a line drive, but Uniontown the first to touch it. Headed out there by Ty Harvey. Mustangs trying to keep possession here in the Red Raiders zone. Hard battle there in the far corner. The off of the Mustangs going out. Goal kick here for Holland and the Red Raiders. 1:38 left here in the first half. Holland to take the goal kick. He'll go short. And now the Mustangs attack. There's Uniontown trying to come ahead, but it's Ethan Perkins finding the ball. Mustangs couldn't keep possession, and Brody Baker will retreat here on the Laurel Highlands side. Kind of a dangerous play there. And O'Neill kind of gives a little stare down to Baker, like, what are you doing? Don't want to send it back defensively in front of your own goal. And it's going to give Uniontown a corner kick here in the final 44 seconds of the first half. Red Raiders looking for the game's first goal. It's a good lob down the far post, but the header just going high. Again, well drawn up on the Uniontown side. Laurel Highlands look for a late rush going the other way. 22 seconds left here in the first half. O'Neill goes back to center. It's found there by DeGea. Lobbed in the direction of Jackson Nairn. 10 seconds left. Radcliffe off to his left. Chase Hall comes up, contact. We play on, and that'll do it for one half of soccer that has Uniontown and Laurel Highlands scoreless after 40 minutes. We're back to recap the first half for you in a moment. You're watching high school soccer here on the South Union Township Sports Network.
Hard work, respecting others, and being a good team member are values that South Union Township Supervisor Jason Scott knows well. Whether he's running a machine, repairing storm drains, operating a plow truck, or working with his fellow supervisors on economic growth, Jason Scott is working every day to keep residents safe, maintain the strength of our local businesses, and enhance the quality of life in South Union Township. Best wishes for a great season from Jason Scott, who would appreciate your vote for Township Supervisor.
Paid for by the candidate.
At what point did everything change? When did service get taken out of service industries? It's too bad, because people are busy these days. At life, at work, at play. When it comes to your hard-earned money, you want service. Real service. From a person you know and a face you trust. At a bank where changing with the times doesn't mean leaving people behind. We're proud to be a part of your community. We're United Bank, at your service.
Hello, this is Jeremy Davis from the law firm of Davis & Davis. We have been helping the great people of Fayette County for over 45 years with personal injury claims. If you are hurt or injured, call our law firm today for your free consultation. Remember, the insurance companies are not on your side. We will personally come out and meet with you. Call us at 724-437-2799. We have helped people like you recover millions of dollars. You will not pay anything until we win your case. We will fight for you.
Bad hair day? Bad day at the office? Bad day behind the wheel? Hey, stuff happens, even to the best of us. At least your car insurance rate doesn't have to take a hit. Get Erie Rate Lock from Erie Insurance. Gives you a great rate that stays put until you change a car, driver, or your address. Plus, seriously good service. Now that's something to smile about.
Your Erie agent in Uniontown and Ross Traver Township is Sprowell's Insurance Group, 724-437-9812, or go to sprowellsinsurance.com.
Erie Rate Lock does not guarantee continued insurance coverage and is not available in all states.
Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown is a proud supporter of youth sports. Smith Lewis Chess was established in November of 1988 with offices in Uniontown and Indiana, PA. Their firm was established with professionals capable of providing a diversified range of services with a commitment to quality control and at the same time providing opportunities for their employees to experience interesting and rewarding careers. Contact Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown today. They are located at 670 Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown. Phone 724-438-7088. That's 724-438-7088 for Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown.
This is Dr. Alyssa Lorenz of U.S. Digestive Health in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Common issues like difficulty with swallowing, frequent heartburn, recurrent abdominal pain, bowel habit problems, and rectal bleeding are often easily diagnosed and treated. Dr. Calabrese Stokes, Hoppy, and I are local gastroenterologists that are here to help. For more information, call our Uniontown office at 724-437-7677.
The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community, treating sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, joint replacements, hand injuries, and other conditions. They treat you efficiently and safely by taking all necessary precautions while disinfecting the clinic regularly. All insurance accepted. Experienced therapists. Convenient location and hours. Part of the community. Call the office with a prescription from your doctor or schedule by direct access 724-437-7500. If it's time for a change in decor at your home, let the trained staff at Chesler's Fine Furniture work their magic. The August store-wide furniture clearance is going on now. There are no gimmicks involved, just great values and old-fashioned service. Chesler's offers the finest in name-brand furnishings by famous makers, plus accent pieces and wall decor that will underline your unique sense of style. You'll find items such as genuine Lazy Boy rocker recliners for just $4.29. 5-piece dining sets starting at $5.99. For the family room, there are reclining sofas from $7.99 and up, with matching reclining love seats and recliners. For the formal living room, there are sofas starting at $4.99. Don't forget the bedding department, as all mattress sets are reduced. Every piece of bedroom furniture, every piece of living room furniture and dining room furniture, every piece of furniture at Chesler's will be discounted. Chesler's Fine Furniture, Route 51 in Uniontown, where customers send their friends.
Back here at Bill Powers Stadium, a scoreless first half between the Uniontown Red Raiders and the Laurel Highlands Mustangs. Well played on both sides, and credit both keepers. Noah Holland for the Uniontown Red Raiders, Daniel O'Neill for the Laurel Highlands Mustangs, really shutting things down, and expect to see much of the same in the second half. Again, this is the second of two games we're bringing you here on the South Union Township Sports Network. The girls from Laurel Highlands, a 12-1 win over Uniontown earlier. There's also a middle school game that started the day off at 4 o'clock. Reminder, coming up later on this week on the South Union Township Sports Network, more Mustangs soccer both Wednesday and Thursday. Josh Scully will be on the call for both of those games Wednesday and Thursday. On Wednesday, LH girls against South Fayette. Thursday, a big match for the Laurel Highlands boys against Trinity. Both games scheduled to start at 7:30 here on the South Union Township Sports Network. Football on Friday, Laurel Highlands on the road at Ringgold taking on the Rams. Another Big Six Conference matchup as Laurel Highlands tries to get back on solid footing after 4 straight blowout losses. Uniontown's football team in action, playing their second straight game against an opponent from Ohio, Ironton, Ohio, here 3:30 on Saturday as well. You can watch both of those football games here online as well through the South Union Township Sports Network. Halftime boys soccer, scoreless. Uniontown and Laurel Highlands. Second half match action comes your way next, right after this.
You don't fix, not broken. That's true. You don't replace what is working well. Jason Scott is doing a good job working as South Union Township Supervisor. Jason Scott utilizes his skills on a daily basis in the township office, whether repairing storm drains, operating a plow truck, or working with his fellow supervisors on economic growth. Jason Scott is out there working for you all day, every day. Let's keep experience and integrity in the township. Keep Jason Scott, full-time South Union Township Supervisor.
Paid for by the candidate.
At what point did everything change? When did service get taken out of service industries? It's too bad, because people are busy these days. At life, at work, at play. When it comes to your hard-earned money, you want service. Real service. From a person you know and a face you trust. At a bank where changing with the times doesn't mean leaving people behind. We're proud to be a part of your community. We're United Bank, at your service.
This is attorney Michael Mays of the Davis & Davis Law Firm. We have been helping injured people just like you recover millions of dollars for over 45 years. If you're hurt or injured, I want to meet you and make sure you get the money that you deserve. Call me at 724-437-2799 for your free consultation. The Davis & Davis Law Firm has been protecting our neighbors in Greene and Fayette counties for over 45 years. Go to davisanddavislaw.com or call 724-437-2799 for your free consultation.
Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown is a proud supporter of youth sports. Smith Lewis Chess was established in November of 1988 with offices in Uniontown and Indiana, PA. Their firm was established with professionals capable of providing a diversified range of services with a commitment to quality control and at the same time providing opportunities for their employees to experience interesting and rewarding careers. Contact Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown today. They are located at 670 Cherry Tree Lane in Uniontown. Phone 724-438-7088. That's 724-438-7088 for Smith Lewis Chess CPAs in Uniontown.
This is Dr. Alyssa Lorenz of U.S. Digestive Health in Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Common issues like difficulty with swallowing, frequent heartburn, recurrent abdominal pain, bowel habit problems, and rectal bleeding are often easily diagnosed and treated. Dr. Calabrese, Stokes, Hoppy, and I are local gastroenterologists that are here to help. For more information, call our Uniontown office at 724-437-7677.
The UPMC Rehabilitation Institute on Wayland Smith Drive offers cutting-edge physical therapy. Jim Burns and his staff are residents of the community, treating sports injuries, neurological conditions, back pain, sprains and strains, joint replacements, hand injuries, and other conditions. They treat you efficiently and safely by taking all necessary precautions while disinfecting the clinic regularly. All insurance accepted. Experienced therapists, convenient location and hours, part of the community. Call the office with a prescription from your doctor or schedule by direct access 724-437-7500.
Back here at Bill Powers Stadium, ready to start the second half. The Laurel Highlands Mustangs and the Uniontown Red Raiders still scoreless. Certainly a fun first half. We'll see what this second half has in store. And certainly, even though this is a non-conference game, city bragging rights on the line. We mentioned coming in, Uniontown has not knocked off Laurel Highlands in boys soccer since 2004. 36-game win streak for Laurel Highlands over Uniontown. And here are the Red Raiders, scoreless at halftime with Laurel Highlands. Really flip this whole series around with a win and get a once-a-generation win if they can knock off Laurel Highlands here today. And just looking at the way the first half panned out, it seemed like Uniontown at times had more ball time than the Mustangs had as well. We'll see what shakes out here in the final 40 minutes. Mustangs will work right to left as we describe it. We'll get things started here with Matt Kolensik pulling it back to Casey Mahoney. That one went off of Cole Radcliffe and out as Mahoney sent it forward. It'll be a Uniontown throw-in, or will it? What do we got here? They didn't start the clock. There we go. Get things reset. They got things going now. And Braylon Woods put a low ball down there to Ethan Roebuck. And a little contact. It'll be Logan Davis to take this throw-in. And the lob there to Carson Soltis. Played by Josh Paris. Contact there with Lucas DeGia. And Radcliffe coming up, hobbling a little bit. Mahoney again looking for DeGia. And Cole is still hobbling. The ball goes out of play here on the near side. Left ankle. Appears to be a little shaky. Keep our eye on that. I'll remain out there as Jet Yager works here down the near side. In traffic. Foul called here on Uniontown. Free kick for the Mustangs. Jackson Nairn will take the free kick. Nairn on a good boot down the far side, headed along. The Mustangs unable to create there as Noah Holland will come out to the top of the box and send it away. Well, it's 2 minutes into this second half. Play whistled down. Go back in the Mustangs' direction. Jackson Nairn to take the free kick. Nairn, a good line drive there towards goal. Ratcliffe looking for the header. And once again, Noah Holland up to the challenge. Ratcliffe did a nice job. They're trying to change the direction of the set there from Nairn. And now Nairn will be calling for a little touch foul on Ty Harvey. .38-27 left here in regulation time. We would remain tied after regulation. There would be two 10-minute overtime halves. Golden goal rule, sudden death. First goal there would end it. We saw that with the Mustangs game against Bethel Park, and Uniontown seen it twice this year against Bell Vernon. It was interesting, though, this past weekend, I went up to watch one of my nephew's matches, plays for Greene, Ohio. They had a match against Hudson. It ended up 1-1, and in the state of Ohio, they do not have an overtime rules for the regular season. No extra overtime sessions for regular season games. It's declared a draw after 80 minutes of regulation play. And that soccer complex in Greene, Ohio, if you're ever in the area, check it out. They actually have a separate soccer complex from their high school stadium, a little more intimate. And kind of reminded you of what you might see at some universities out there as well, and actually created a nice little atmosphere because everybody was kind of on top of the ball instead of being spread out at a football stadium. Everybody there was a lot closer to the field than you might be with a track kind of in between as well. Don't see many complexes like that around Western PA. Match still scoreless, and a ball sprung there towards Braylon Woods, but he was behind Mahoney on the little send-off, so the offside's called, and the Mustangs will get it going the other way. Casey Mahoney to take the free kick. Mahoney on a little lob down the far side off of Jackson Baker over to Matt Kolensik. Back to Brody Baker. Bodied there by Cole. Back to Noah Holland. It's even more impressive about the current Mustang win streak over the Red Raiders as they're trying to spring Woods again. The ball rolls back to O'Neill. The streak is not a streak where Uniontown hasn't won. Laurel Highlands has won all, or Uniontown hasn't tied. Laurel Highlands has won all 36 matches. There are no draws in that stretch either. I think somewhere along the way you might have a game that goes the extra session with no winner decided. It's not an unbeaten streak. It's actually a win streak going back to the 09 season. But tonight might be the Red Raiders' best chance in quite a while of breaking it up. I'll try to get Woods free again down that far wing. Now Uniontown not on the same page. And Laurel Highlands get another throw in just over 6 minutes into the second half. Things still scoreless between the Mustangs and the Red Raiders. Ball comes free here on the near side. Ben Antle looking there for Jet Yager. Again over the near boundary line and out. Throw in from Logan Davis. Over to Ty Harvey. Couldn't generate a shot. Mustangs try to go the other way, and it's Cole Ratcliffe on the run. 2-on-1 coming back. Ratcliffe on the ball with the blast, and he sent it into the back of the net for his 27th of the season. That was a tough angle there for Ratcliffe, and still managed to blast it past Holland. Not much Noah could do there on the odd man break for the Mustangs. Radcliffe is 27th of the season, giving Laurel Highlands a 1-0 lead here at the 33:05 mark of the second half. It took a while for the glass to break. It's the Mustangs that strike first. 27 goals this season for Cole Radcliffe. Now we'll see if Uniontown has an answer. And the Red Raiders have done a nice job creating in the Laurel Highlands zone tonight as well. Mustangs will hit the road tomorrow. Take on South Fayette. Laurel Highlands victorious 5-1 when those two schools met earlier on this year. Uniontown back in action tomorrow. Road game as well at West Mifflin. Red Raiders lost to the Titans 3-1 here at Bill Power Stadium on September the 4th. It'll be a quick turnaround for both of these programs with road games coming up. Is Uniontown still scheduled to host Carrick here on Wednesday as well? It's on my schedule, guys. That match still on, too. So a 3-game week on 3 consecutive nights for Uniontown with a conference game sandwiched in between. And Radcliffe checking out. Was there a card issued there? A card issued to Cole Radcliffe at the 32-minute mark. Radcliffe, who scored the Mustangs' lone goal, picks up the yellow with 32 minutes left in regulation time, so we'll have to wait 5 minutes before re-entering. Roman George checked in. That ball sent into the box and headed wide of O'Neill. I did not see that whole sequence as far as what transpired, creating the card to get issued there to Cole. Off the corner kick. Uniontown trying to get something going here, and the attempted shot going wide of O'Neill, but it was last touched by Laurel Highlands going out. So Uniontown will get another opportunity here with a corner kick from the far side of the Mustang zone. Down 1-0 with 31:09 left here in regulation. Another little lob up top. Coming all the way back here to Nick Smith. And the Mustangs again send it out off of Jet Yager going out. Braylon Woods picks it back up there on the Uniontown side. Little give and go there with Harvey. Back to Woods. And the Mustangs again with a little send off here on the near side. Tommy Harisi to take this throw in. We'll have 2 changes now on the Mustang side. They'll have to wait till Laurel Highlands throw in to come in. Mahoney headed there by Nairn, trying to spring Yager. Back in traffic to Lucas DeGia. Josh Paris stepping in on the Uniontown side. It was the Mustangs that deflected it out. Nick Smith taking the throw in. In again to Harvey. Woods trying to settle. Goes back in Ty Harvey's direction. Battle still ongoing there on the far side. Woods coming out of it with a blast, just going wide of the goal. So O'Neill with a huge dive out there. One of the best chances we've seen on the Uniontown side here in the second half. Red Raiders, though, have been buzzing as of late, especially after the yellow to Radcliffe. Radcliffe getting his 27th of the season at the 33:05 mark of the second half. But the Mustangs up a goal and they pick up the yellow card at the 32-minute mark. So he has another 2 minutes plus before he can check in. And Uniontown going deep in the corner here with Ethan Roebuck. Roebuck trying to keep it alive with a little center that got deflected back by the Mustangs. Controlled again by Nick Smith of Uniontown. Over to Harvey, trying to dance between defenders. The Mustangs a little poke out. But back on again to Carson Soltis. And a little misplay in front of the Mustang bench. It would have been a little bit more vocal since Radcliffe was carded. Chase Hall back again to Mahoney. That one going off of Brody Baker and out. Uniontown in again, looking for Braylon Woods. Off of Woods that time, and the Mustangs with possession again with 28:20 left in regulation. Again, our second of two here on the South Union Township Sports Network tonight. Laurel Highlands girls a 12-1 win over Uniontown earlier on tonight. Now this game on the boys' side much closer, again scoreless at halftime. Cole Radcliffe, the lone goal of the match, has the Mustangs up 1. Elliott Bohr at midfield there for Laurel Highlands. Uniontown winning it back to Ty Harvey. Over to Braylon Woods. Woods a little explosion down the far wing, sending it into the box, and O'Neill will scoop it back up here on the Laurel Highlands side. O'Neill playing with that bruised sternum. Hasn't seemed to bother him much tonight. That one off of Uniontown's Nick Smith going out. Be a free kick here for the Mustangs. Nairn will send everyone down the field. Radcliffe getting set to check in on the Laurel Highlands side. Nairn a little one-hopper. Mustangs trying to create here with Elliott Bohr. Bohr spinning around at the top of the box. Over to Roman George. Bohr trying to help it along. Bohr again trying to stay in it there with Mason Hall. And the Red Raiders will try to win the ball back. That's Casey Mahoney on the Laurel Highlands defensive line. On the reset now back to O'Neill with 26:03 left here in regulation. Header from Uniontown Salah Mesquita. Down to Dean Kuna at midfield. And off for the Mustangs and out. Back into Ty Harvey. He's double teamed. A quick whistle. Foul called there on Uniontown. So the Mustangs will get a free kick. Pushed up to Elliott Bohr. It was left there to Chase Hall. Hall stepping up. Roman George, Jackson Nairn. Lob on the far side as Jackson Baker steps in. Uniontown looking to clear it out. But they touch it out. And it'll be Uniontown ball on the throw-in here from Jackson Baker. Now they'll switch up. Radcliffe back in. He'll take the throw-in. Now one headed into the box. Nairn looking for the header. And Uniontown with the poke out trying to clear the zone. Braylon Woods battling Mahoney, and Woods finds the ball here for Uniontown. Woods on the send-off down the far side. Uniontown a little open space. And a little blast. O'Neill goes diving and just missing wide there on the shot attempt. The Red Raiders getting close, trying to even this match at 1 with 24:08 left in regulation. O'Neill again for his own goal. Line back to center, headed by Harvey. Knocked down by Bohr, trying to angle it off to Roman George, who's going to spring free down the near side. Here's Roman George on the run. George looking for the little crosser, goes all the way through the crease, out the far side, and controlled again by Bohr. Now check that, it's Jackson Baker, and Jackson Baker just took a shot up high. And we're going to get a foul called here on Uniontown, with Baker down. I think one of the Red Raiders there might have got him with an elbow to the face. I thought we might see a card, but doesn't appear to be that way. Just a stoppage for the injury timeout. Thought we'd get a foul to go along with it. Does not appear to be that way. So Jackson making his way to the bench on the Mustang side. Take a look at his head. And a little lob back out of play there from Mahoney. It'll be Uniontown ball. Saleh Mesquita to take this throw in here for the Red Raiders. With 23:07 left here in regulation. And going back to Noah Holland. Lucas DeGia trying to add some pressure on. Well, contact, Radcliffe on it. No foul call there. Cole into the box. Cole looking for the brace, and he gets it! In traffic, Radcliffe, his 28th of the season. And Laurel Highlands, a little insurance goal, going up 2-0. Goal coming here at the 22:39 mark of the second half. Radcliffe got through that Uniontown back line. Came free and sent another one home. So Radcliffe now with 28 goals scored so far this season. We have 22:34 left here in the second half. Big spot here for Uniontown trying to get one back. And plenty of opportunities. I was actually wondering coming in if O'Neill would go in goal today for Laurel Highlands, just due to the fact of that bruised sternum. And was still in some pain with this being a non-conference game, but obviously might not count in the conference standings, but a Uniontown Laurel Highlands game probably plays bigger around here than most conference games do, just due to the fact of the bragging rights and the fact that Uniontown hasn't knocked off the Mustangs in high school boys soccer in 21 years. Mahoney on the throw-in, headed there by Bohr, allowed back the other way by Uniontown. Braylon Woods trying to track it down. Mustang backline has played solid, providing support around O'Neill as well tonight. Logan Hall was trying to go the other way, but Roman George on the ball there for Laurel Highlands. Roman a couple of side steps before the poke from Harvey, allowing Woods to get free, going back the other way for Uniontown. Woods, though, try to stop and pull back around Casey Mahoney, but Mahoney able to win the ball back, try to clear it out, knocked down by Josh Paris. Paris to his left, a little open space there for Ethan Roebuck. Roebuck back over to Braylon Woods, top of the 18, tried a little turn and shoot, went wide of O'Neal. Didn't really get a firm piece of the ball there on that shot attempt. So another goal kick here for the Mustangs. With 20:30 left in regulation time. And Laurel Highlands 2 clear at this juncture of the game. Push back up to Radcliffe, now looking for a hat trick. He got tripped up. No foul, we play on. Off of Perkins, forward to Bohr. Up to Kolensik. Matt Kolensik. And that poke from behind. Cece on the save near side. Mason on the little touch-up. Uniontown trying to get it out there with Ethan Roebuck. Looking for Paris, but controlled again by Bohr. Up the field down to Radcliffe. See if he hits the turbo button. You have a Red Raider down. That one off a Uniontown defender and back to Noah Holland. It's Amosquita. Uniontown's top defender down, and they'll get the training staff out. We'll take a quick timeout. You're watching Mustang Soccer here on the South Union Township Sports Network.
If it's time for a change in decor at your home, let the trained staff at Chesler's Fine Furniture work their magic. The August store-wide furniture clearance is going on now. There are no gimmicks involved, just great values and old-fashioned service. Chesler's offers the finest in name-brand furnishings by famous makers, plus accent pieces and wall decor that will underline your unique sense of style. You'll find items such as genuine Lazy Boy rocker recliners for just $4.29, 5-piece dining sets starting at $5.99. For the family room, there are reclining sofas from $7.99 and up with matching reclining love seats and recliners. For the formal living room, there are sofas starting at $4.99. Don't forget the bedding department, as all mattress sets are reduced. Every piece of bedroom furniture, every piece of living room furniture and dining room furniture, every piece of furniture at Chesler's will be discounted. Chesler's Fine Furniture, Route 51 in Uniontown, where customers send their friends.
And Mosquita helped off. Get a drop ball here for the resumption after the injury timeout. More than midway through the second half. Laurel Highlands getting 2 from Cole Radcliffe. Both after the halftime break to lead 2-0. Radcliffe scoring at the 33:05 mark for his first. The second at the 22:39 mark. His 28th of the year now. And in between, he had a yellow card at the 32-minute mark. Now Uniontown down 2. Trying to get something going here. The nice little run towards the ball on the far side, but Mahoney able to position himself. Not allow Uniontown to get a shot on goal there as O'Neal just blast back towards center. Going up to Radcliffe. To help it along there to Lucas DeGia. Uniontown's Josh Paris singing it down the far side to Braylon Woods in pursuit. Ball goes off of Uniontown and out. Brody Baker will take the throw in here for Laurel Highlands. Down to Elliott Bohr. Now Brody again. Looking back in Elliott's direction. Holland stepped in. Goes back to the Red Raider defensive line and Tommy Arisi. And now Ty Harvey. Harvey got pinned up, nowhere to go. Should be off the Mustangs going out. $17:53 left here in the second half. Braylon Woods has created a lot of good scoring opportunities tonight. And has not been able to find a way to beat Daniel O'Neal. And you're looking for the clean sheet for the Mustangs here tonight. A win would even Laurel Highlands' overall record to 5-5. Check that. It would improve Laurel Highlands' overall record to 8-5. They'd remain 4-5 in conference play, with this being a non-conference match. Again, they'll return to conference action tomorrow on the road at South Fayette. Final 17 minutes. Uniontown up 2. Ethan Perkins out of his own zone. Not much going on there. Ben Ansel back on the near side. Goes low over to Roman George. Looking up the field for Mason Hall. Never got in his direction. Roman George, Mustang sophomore. In again to Elliott Bohr. Another sidestep. Down the near wing. Again to Roman George. George into the box. George deep. Cross out in front. Ball still loose. Far side sent in. Mustangs get their third. I think that was Chase Hall. Yes, it was Hall, the last to touch it. And Laurel Highlands goes up 3-0 here at the 16-14 mark of the second half. Hall with a lot of traffic around. Able to put the biscuit in the basket and give the Mustangs a 3-goal cushion. Now Uniontown certainly in a tough spot. Down 3 with 16 minutes to play. Elliott Bohr tripped up. Lucas DeGia coming back forward to Radcliffe. Radcliffe is trying to spring down the far side. Good defense there from Uniontown, and Nick Smith back there. Into the box again. Red Raiders deflect it wide. Well, a corner here for Laurel Highlands. 15:25 to play. And off the corner, kick out in front. The header just going high and wide. Matt Kolensik first to it. Final 15 minutes, including this girl boy doubleheader tonight on Uniontown Community Soccer Night at Bill Powers Stadium. Mentioned it earlier, worth mentioning again. Really a great concept. Bohr could have been called for a foul there on Woods. We play on as Braylon breaks down the far side. On to Ian Roderick. Woods again, poked away. The Mustangs, an odd man break on the send down. Roman George. George getting deep. Pulling it back up top. Kolensik on the blast. Got deflected down. And then offsides. Called there late. We Red Raider ball. Carl Childs behind the camera. Temperature dropping around 62 degrees. Another warm afternoon for late September. Tomorrow, last day of the month. Elliott Bohr down to Chase Hall. Hall, top of the box. Hall breaking, shooting, and scoring. Chase Hall, his second of the second half. And the Mustangs now pouring it on. Up 4-0. 2 from Hall, 2 from Radcliffe. And the Mustangs on their way to a win. Be the 37th straight in this series for Laurel Highlands over Uniontown. The Red Raiders will have to wait another year to get another opportunity to down the Mustangs. Dean Kuna back to Logan Davis. Deflected off here on the near side, and the ball going out of play. Lob back down the near side, and ball going out again, this time off of Laurel Highlands. Probably get some new personnel in here late as well. No JV game played here with the girl-boy doubleheader. Kolensik. Uniontown breaking it up for a moment, but not clearing. Jackson Baker running back in with control. Slicing between defenders. Mustangs trying to stay with it. They do for now in the Uniontown zone. Roman George near side. Is that offsides? It is. Broken just a bit too early. And Holland will send it back the other way. Braylon Woods with Ansel defending. Ben sends it out of play. 12:05 to play. Now we'll get some changes. Kolensik checking out, along with Ansel on the Laurel Highlands side. Roebuck exiting for Uniontown. Kuna into Woods. Woods hasn't left the field much tonight. Really, he's played well for Uniontown, and Woods back into the box. Woods goes down. No foul called. We play on. Mustangs trying to clear there with Elliott Bohr. Bohr down the near side. Radcliffe on the settle. Back to Nair. Went off the back of Uniontown's Logan Conklin, excuse me. Well, sidewinder there from Kuna looking for Woods. Mustangs break it up, and Radcliffe chasing for the loose ball. Cole Radcliffe again down the far wing. 2 already for Radcliffe tonight. Send it back to his left to Chase Hall. Collision with a Red Raider defender that went down. Everybody okay? Here's Logan Conklin again. Touch there by Logan Davis. And back through center. That has to be a foul. That should be a yellow or not a red. You cannot grab the jersey of another player. I mean, like, there is no place in soccer for that. It's a yellow. We saw that last week in a match as well. Now send Harisi off. But, like, what do you think? So Harisi gets the yellow here at the 10:36 mark of the second half. I think give the Mustangs 10 yards closer to the goal, too, on the holding penalty. They won't. Nairn will send it here from 47 out on a line right to Noah Holland. Off the shoulder of Casey Mahoney. Uniontown opportunity here with Ty Harvey. Trying to go low, rolls back to O'Neal. With 10:05 to play. Going to play whistle down. I think you'll start seeing a lot of substitutions here over the final 10 minutes. 4-goal lead. And both of these teams with matches tomorrow. Again, Uniontown playing on 3 consecutive nights. Laurel Highlands will have another section game at home on Thursday against Trinity. And Holland, a good job there just to poke the ball loose here on the near side and a lot of traffic. Play whistled back down here. An offsides call. Late whistle, though. And Uniontown will go the other way. Nair knocks it down there for the Mustangs. Healed back by Radcliffe. Over to George. Back to Cole. Looking for the hat trick. And a little side shot. I don't think he got all of it. And Holland able to cover. That was well set up. Pretty coming back there between George and Radcliffe. Now Uniontown going the other way, sending one high and wide of O'Neill here on the near side. Few more changes. Roman George coming out. Jet Yager back in. Ian Roderick exiting on the Uniontown side. Roman George, he's a gamer. I talked to him last week before he got the spot starting goal for O'Neill after Daniels bruised sternum, and he was up to the challenge. He said if he got the win, I had to call him the brick wall. He played well. There's no doubt, and he's a competitor no matter what position he's playing out there. And now Laurel Highlands down to Jet Yager. Yager left of the box. Couldn't get his crosser in. Cole Solarczyk into the match. Cole, the nephew of our colleague Nick Barczyk. I'm surprised Nick wasn't here tonight. He worked this morning, so he couldn't use the whole excuse that, hey, I have to be at work. I can't watch the soccer matches. And his niece actually played in the middle school game here. It started at 4 o'clock. Now his dad, Jason, his mother, Audra. Of course, I'm talking about Cole's family. But no Nick Barczyk in the house tonight for high school soccer. 6:52 to play. That one out. And it's going to be a corner kick. Last touch by the Mustangs going out. Again, our next broadcast of high school soccer comes around on Wednesday. Josh Scottley will be behind the mic for the Laurel Highlands girls against South Fayette. I believe that's a 7:30 start, but double check, always subject to change. Then the LH boys in action Thursday against Trinity. Josh will have the matches both Wednesday and Thursday for you. I'll be back behind the soccer mic next week for the LH boys game against McKeesport and the girls game against Oakland Catholic. Radcliffe trying to get a run back here, looking for the hat trick for Laurel Highlands. Dean Kuna, though, here on the Uniontown side. Of course, I'll talk to you as well for high school football on Friday. Be up at Joe Montana Stadium for Laurel Highlands and Ringgold. And here's Radcliffe looking for the hat trick. Put it off the crossbar, actually the football crossbar. But a lot of velocity on that shot. I'll also be here on Saturday as well with Tony Hanola for the Uniontown Ironton football game. 3:30 start from Bill Power Stadium. Casey Mahoney. Well, misplay there is just trying to send it back to O'Neill, allow Uniontown to get a late corner with 5:15 to play. Should have our normal camera crews back for the weekend. Carl's going to be with me up at Joe Montana Stadium on Friday. Billy's actually going to be in Greene County on Friday. He's off the corner here. Uniontown trying to get something going on our WMBS side on Friday. We'll have California taking on Carmichael since Uniontown plays on Saturday. It's actually 3 high school football games on our WMBS platforms coming up this weekend. Of course, all free to view. And a little substitution here with 4:38 to play. I didn't see a card come out. They do stop the clock under 5 minutes on substitutions for the team that's leading. That might have been the situation there. But a 4-goal lead at this point, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. Jet Yager went down. We play on. Mahoney will send it back the other way for the Mustangs. Ball in open space. Jet Yager. You know he must have speed with that name. A little contact here on the near side. Get a foul called. I'm going to say Yager, I guess, initiated the contact. So the Red Raiders pick it back up, 3:39 to play. They're trying to spring Braylon Woods. Woods back on it. Him and Mahoney have had a battle all night. An old contact. They're just outside the 18-yard box. Woods is down. Should be a free kick. Might be a card here as well on Mahoney. See if the card gets issued. Mahoney is coming off. And Mahoney sent the yellow. Seeing a couple of those tonight. One to Radcliffe, one to Harisi, and now one to Mahoney. Unless you'd have some wild Uniontown comeback with 4 goals in the final 3:25, he's done for the night. Woods will take this free kick. Good opportunity here for Uniontown to get one back. About 23 yards out. Woods going high and nothing created there. And O'Neill will get another goal kick. Uniontown looking for the clean sheet, or Laurel Highlands, excuse me, looking for the clean sheet tonight. And protect here for the final 2:54. Radcliffe in a battle there with Josh Paris. Mustangs trying to keep it alive. Ethan Janoski in there now for Laurel Highlands. Seeing some late changes. Crosby France also out there, number 11. As the Mustangs have gone to their bench late. Nairn. Over to CC. That one sent off. Mustangs have had 3 shutouts already this year. 2-0 against Ringgold on August 28th. 4-0 over Southmoreland on the 30th. And the last, an 8-0 blanking of Albert Gallatin on September 18th. Up 4-0 here with 2:05 to play. Clock will stop for another substitution. Mustangs trying to center one here out in front. And they'll get their 5th of the night. Blasted home. And we'll try to confirm the goal scorer there. It might have been Anthony Da Silva Carmo. Trying to catch that in traffic. And Radcliffe coming back, just sending one wide. Janoski was also over there as well, 13. It wasn't 16, Carl, because that's Jackson Nairn. He's thinking it's Da Silva Carmo with the late goal to make the Mustangs up 5 with 1:22 to play. We never get any confirmation on the PA up here for the opposing goal, so we don't have any confirmation from anybody else up here either. So we'll just go with De Silva Carmo with 1:02 to play. A couple more substitutions here late. With a minute to play and a 5-goal lead for the Mustangs. In Uniontown at West Mifflin tomorrow, Laurel Highlands at South Fayette. And then the Red Raiders back here at home against Carrick on Wednesday. Laurel Highlands hosting Trinity on Thursday. Busy week for both soccer programs. There's a blast going wide of O'Neill with 34 seconds left. Jason Taylor's telling me he thought he saw it wasn't there, Carl, on the video, so maybe I am wrong, but nonetheless, a Mustang goal to go up 5. Of course, Jason will be back behind the PA at Laurel Highlands on Wednesday night. So that'll do it. Laurel Highlands, a 5-0 win over Uniontown here tonight, capping off a girl-boy soccer doubleheader sweep for the Mustangs. The win improving Laurel Highlands to 8-5 overall. The loss on the Uniontown side drops the Red Raiders to 3-10 overall. Again, our next soccer broadcast coming your way on Wednesday. Laurel Highlands girls against South Fayette. We'll have the boys Thursday against Trinity. Josh Scully on the call for both of those matches for you here on the South Union Township Sports Network, and I'll talk to you back on the air for high school football on Friday. Tonight's game was a joint cooperative venture featuring Township Supervisors Bob Schiffbauer, Rick Vernon, and Jason Scott, Armstrong Cable, Breezeline Cable, and our friends at CUTV, including Gary Smith. For Carl Childs behind the camera, I'm Brian Morozak. Again, your final score in Game 2 of our doubleheader. The Laurel Highlands boys 5 and Uniontown nothing. Laurel Highlands girls a 12-1 win earlier on today. So everybody from Bill Power Stadium in Uniontown.